Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Bandle Blitz. Joining me today is Dr. Rick Marshall and Silent Knight. Say hello, friends.
Hello.
Whoa, good to be here.
So, it's looking really, really good. Moving to Sunday has actually been a massive boon for us to avoid all of those really big name tournaments, series that are happening at the moment online for Riftbound. Quite a few people have managed to get their hands on physical cards over in the West a little bit early due to some mishaps with some very big chains that I won't name just for liability reasons. Have either of you managed to get your hands on any cards?
Oh, I've been trying. I've looked at 3 different places that shall not be named and have been unable to find any. And so it's been sad. And yeah, I've been trying.
I'm in the same boat there. I went to 8 of those locations. 5 of them were sold out. 3 had not put them up yet.
Wow. Yeah, it's really, really interesting. It happens over here sometimes as well, that kind of the big chains, they don't necessarily have that communication all the way down to the store level. And people are just like, this is meant to go on the shelves. Let's just get it out there. You're usually breaching huge street dates. But it just means that the hobby stores are going to be having a very, very busy time after people have managed to get their hands on some of the cards, because people are going to want to see them and get hold of them themselves. So, check-in is closing. I will start sorting out the tournament if you two want to talk about what you're excited to see.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is that this meta just seems to keep being blown wide open in a lot of ways, and we have a very wide strength of field, which is really encouraging to look at. Anything from, yes, we're going to see our big amounts of Kaisas. That's no surprise here, but we're also even seeing things where Luxes, Aries, Dariuses, even like one Master Yi, a couple Annies, a lot of really fun stuff coming in, and I'm excited to see how this will play out as we, see the strength of field.
Definitely agree with you there. And the Teemos as well. Very interesting to see what has been going on with the Mundo. Seems pretty legit.
Yeah, I mean, on the screen now we can actually see what our meta breakdown is at the moment. And Kaisa is still, by the look of it, the queen of the meta. Everybody seems to want to be playing them.
Well, and I get it because, I mean, Kaisa just does such a great job of being able to hit hard, build up the board, and maintain card draw. And so, I mean, it just can be so consistent and so difficult to get with. And so the hard part is the other cards in other decks have such a strength, but not necessarily the consistency that Kaisa has. And so it can be just such a good matchup.
Exactly. The highs can be higher, the lows are lower. So it's just if you want that safety or if you really want to go for the gamble.
And just an addendum to that metal breakdown, we have, since that was made, got another Master Yi, and also we have one Yasuo, although our Misfortune player unfortunately had to drop because they weren't feeling fantastic. I'm just getting everybody seated now, so we'll be able to go over to a table soon, I hope, as soon as I get that direct connect code. Oh. And I accidentally... that was me. I accidentally joined a table. It's fine. You both just disappeared off my screen, and I was like, was it something I said? As soon as I get that direct connect code, we'll head over to the table. I can see that they're just getting ready now. As usual, we're going to be playing on TCG Arena, a free platform, although I have seen that Pixelborn has actually been approved by Riot for people to be able to start using.
That was really surprising and awesome to see because it was just so in the dark. They gave the parameters of what was needed to be able to make a client. And, luckily Pixelborn was able to step in and go for it and was able to successfully get that going. But they released it and they're like, I've been trying to communicate, haven't heard back. And then same day that he released it, Riot was like, yeah, you're good.
Yeah. It was actually quite funny. It was almost forcing a hand there. It's like, I'm going to release it anyway, so please say yes. It's a very similar that they did things with Lorcana and a few other games that they've got on there. It's such a good platform.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, it's just such a passion project of his, as well as he runs a Patreon, which is amazing, and doesn't actually take a dime for it, and instead, donates everything that he takes in. Just a really great guy that loves card games and wants to give us the best opportunity to play this game.
Yeah. And it's really is quite a good advertisement for these card games as well. Some people see it as a negative because why would people play in real life if they could play, online for free? But at the same time, it's really brought kind of this huge excitement for Riftbound that everybody's seeing the cards and seeing the meta, understanding which cards they're going to need, and everything selling out pretty much immediately is kind of the result of that. People are just putting in the direct connect codes now.
Well, and with that, going off that, the big thing too is one thing that's nice about having an online client being available for us to play is it's like, hey, I am a Kaisa player. Let's just say hypothetically, it's like, I really want to see if Teemo's more my play style and things of that nature. I can go on Piltover Archive, find a competitive deck, take it into TCG Arena, Tabletop Simulator, or Pixelborn, find people to play with and be able to say, hey, you know what? Actually, this deck isn't necessarily something I want to play. Whereas otherwise, I would probably have to spend, $80 to $150 to buy the missing pieces and then find out, that's actually not my speed.
So, just making sure that everybody's here and ready. And we should be able to start soon. I am going to get Tristana to pop up and just say what round it is, though.
Locked, loaded, and ready to rock it.
That's right, it's round 1.
The plot twist already falling in.
Okay, let me just... Oh, my bad. Here you go.
There we go.
Come on. Everybody seems to be seated. I just need that direct connect code. Checking who's hosting. Our round 1, we're going to be looking at Noah and Diosera. Because it looks like they're going to have quite an interesting matchup. And hopefully... Let's get on the table.
Yeah, I'm always going to be curious to see what this strength of field is going to bring to us. Now, yes, especially as we continue to go through, we might be seeing a few more of the Kaisa matchups. That's just natural, especially when, they keep seeming on winning. But I mean, in the meantime, it's like, any predictions for any outliers? Are we going to maybe see like a Teemo 4-0 or Darius that could potentially make it that way? Or even Annie for that matter?
I definitely would not be surprised to see Annie and or Teemo at the very end.
Annie has been a very, very strong competitor. I think we had an Annie last week winning the whole thing.
Yeah, and sold out soon. He's been the pilot of Annie. He has even like a metafy on how to play Annie competitively, really well made. And he's proven time and time again exactly how powerful Annie can be. But man, you have to be so strategic with how you play this champion, because she can be so intricate, and you got to be knowing your matchups to even properly, create the correct lines. Otherwise, you're just devastated.
Here we go. It looks like I'm getting onto the table. I'm just going to start the round timer.
So, and yeah, Lux versus Annie is definitely going to be an interesting matchup for that as well. Lux is a really interesting one, being able to draw a card when you play a spell that is 6 or more. So that's going to be interesting to be able to see how that will play out. But I think the big thing that Lux struggles with is if you are not able to get those units out early on, you just fall too far behind. And Annie is such a fast-moving legend.
Exactly. You have this really nice chosen champion with that yellow Lux that gives you a little mana rock to play out those bigger spells. But especially in this current meta with all these Kaisas, it just dies a falling star in the backline and you can't get up and running.
And that's going to be the hardest part, is what kind of removal is Annie going to be able to utilize? Already starting with a round 1 Vi in this case. Maybe not something that you necessarily want to see, but a unit to be able to start scoring is going to be a great start. And also looking like that we have the Zon Warrens as a battlefield. Anytime that you move into there, you discard a card and draw a card. So that can get a lot of things in the discard quickly. And likewise, it looks like we have, is that the one where you need 7 units to be able to win the game, or is that create a unit each time you hold?
It's Grand Plaza.
Check a look.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's if you hold 7 units, you win the game
That's
against
correct.
Zone Warrens.
So really interesting choice here from the Lux on playing that. I'm curious to see how that will be utilized in this game 1.
Must have that 6 cost spell that summons 4 recruits. I don't see any other reason why they would be running that.
Yeah,
It would be
so
very interesting to see.
yeah, if they can pull that off, I mean, that would really shut down the ante, because it doesn't matter what points you are at. You put 7 in there, immediately winning that game 1. And it looks like Lux is going to start staying down onto the battlefield. Will it survive this turn with what might be in the hand for Annie?
It's just a leap of faith to put that card on the in your base. It's just like, oh, please don't have it.
And that's going to be the hardest part, just because, yeah, the removal of Annie is just going to be so powerful. We're already seeing a Noxus Hopeful coming in, the Vi moving back. And so it's going to be fun to see how this will play out. You got to really try to get these points early on, because once Lux starts getting the spells and the card draws going, it can be so hard to do so. But I mean, heck, moving in, a Kaisa in this case to draw off of the Conquer is a great start.
There's the recruit, the Vanguard.
So yeah, 4 recruits are made in this case.
So is it just heavy play for Grand Stratagem? Or, I mean, what other really spells can these recruits take after? Maybe a Yellow Darius to help them get in?
Yeah, and there's even a couple of cards. I need to pull over to Piltover Archive, because yeah, there's one card in particular that this deck might be running, where if you deal any damage to a unit, that immediately kills them. Imperial Decree, such a good card, and I mean I could definitely see Lux utilizing this as well. But man, you are seeing just how many tokens are going to be utilized here, and this is an online web-based server to be able to play on. Any more tokens and it might just be enough to crash it. So. I mean, so far, though, the Annie is just able to move so fast. Lux hasn't necessarily been able to make an impact, but has been able to build up a board state. But still, with that deficit of being 4-0 right now, Lux is getting ever further behind, now potentially even going up 5-0. Is this almost starting to get to the too little too late, or are they just going to potentially even just move everything in with the grand stratagem and win this game right here outright?
It is interesting to be having so much of an army sat behind you and still be 5 points down.
Exactly. Do you think this Annie is worried about? I'm surprised if you would maybe stack the battlefield, make them use the Grand Stratagem now, then you just kill it all with your Vi. I guess you're just not too worried about that situation.
It is interesting because last time we were bringing up Grand Stratagem a lot, and wasn't quite sure if it was even going to be seeing play at this moment.
Yeah, but I mean, the runes are there and everything is lined up. And so we'll see how this ends up playing out. But again, you got to have that card in your hand. You at least have the runes at the ready. But it looks like, yeah, we are going to just be sending one into, or maybe debating on what we're going to be doing yet. But still, 6 cards in hand for the Lux player is going to be scary. And then on top of that, every spell that is played that is 6 or more is going to be drawing a card off of that. So that is just going to be some great sustainability, especially now that you have the units out on board.
And we're moving in. Just enough to be able to get some combat in. See if there's any responses.
And it looks like there will be the Annie is going to have a fight or flight. Now, that is going to just be moving a unit in this case, but still, that's going to be enough to at least push back and make it a little bit more difficult to win this battlefield. But it looks like Lux is going to be tapping down, and the spell is going to be activated for a falling comet to deal 6 damage to a unit at a battlefield.
We're getting a response. Flash.
Gosh, such a good card and great in this Annie matchup. Immediately able to protect both of the battlefields here, but still, this is scary because what we have... Oh, we don't have enough. We have 5 units that can still move into this battlefield, making it 6, not 7, on that Conquered. So that would be so close.
The potential is that we have something that can be ready and just jump straight in or play straight to the battlefield. Yeah, getting that 1 point. No reason not to.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, it's when you hold here, and so you do have to survive that entire turn. And that can be asking a lot. It's not just when you conquer, you actually have to hold. So the opponent will have an entire turn on being able to try to get that battlefield back. And that can be so difficult, especially with all the cards that Annie is able to utilize. And I mean, this is just going to be so fun to be able to see because, you might be able to go ahead and conquer with both Kaises. That'll be 2 more cards added to hand. If anything big happens to be put out, you could activate Vi in this case. But it looks like, we have a couple of cards that are going to be coming down. When this unit is destroyed, you are going to be creating 3 more tokens as well. And so this is going to be fun to see if we are going to be able to overwhelm just with how many tokens are out onto the field.
Just feel like they're genuinely going for that Grand Plaza strategy as well, which it's a memey way to win, and I can appreciate a good meme.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a little bit more of an outlier. You're exactly right. But that's why, Lux alone is an outlier as well. But being able to play this in a tournament, just to see even, that can just be really fun, especially when you might be grinding a lot, playing a Lux, and just seeing what can happen. If you are able to actually be like, hey, this actually has some pretty good matchups, let's see what we can do.
And that's the beauty of the Bandle Blitz casual tournament, to make sure that you can just see what's there, have some fun, see whether things work. Essentially putting yourself through a gauntlet.
Yeah, and Lux is definitely going to be feeling that 8 runes at the ready for Annie, and that is going to be a fight or flight back to base for a unit here in this case, and this is going to be scary. Lux is tapped out, and so there is going to be no contesting this as Annie is able to draw 2 cards and go up to 7 points. Yeah, here's the hard part too, though. It's like we're not necessarily seeing a whole lot. We haven't seen any singularities. We've only seen 1 big spell removed in this, or removal at least in this case on the Lux side. And it's like that's going to be one of the fastest ways to really shut Annie down. But unfortunately, we haven't seen really much of that. And Annie's been almost able to run around this entire match completely uncontested.
Yeah, interesting. It does feel like they're just not drawing what they need over on the Lux.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's tough because it's like, I'm looking at, 6, 7 units inside the battlefield here. And it's like, but what can I do about it? It's feels like I have a wall of units, but not necessarily a whole lot of ways to utilize them.
Moving in against the Kaiser, even if I lose this, I still get my 3 tokens. And there it is.
Yep. And that's going to be
Good
very
trade.
helpful. Now, of course, they will have a little bit of summoning sickness, but that's going to be a great trade. Again, putting those units out. But you got to start trying to figure out what to do in this case because, next turn, they have to just conquer both or even just hold 1, and they'll be able to take this game number 1.
And there is 3 there, so we may see some things like Hextech Rays, some smoke screens, a few other things that will just stop any chance of contesting. But we'll see. See where it goes. What are we playing here? Imperial Decree. There it is.
A little bit low value, but has to get that Kaiser off that battlefield without losing too many units, because he does have to go for the hold himself.
Yeah, and that's going to be the hard part here, because, I mean, especially just with the Vi, there's now 9 cards, so you can buff your Vi by 9 and make it a 12 unit that is ready to move in. And not only that, 6 cards in hand for the Annie player to then go ahead. I mean, gosh, the options that you have as an Annie player at that point with 6 cards and knowing the answers, this is going to be scary.
Exactly. Also has that Zon Warrens, can probably get another 2 to 3 cards in the trash if he needs to get up to 15 on that buy.
Yeah.
Sending the token in to get that point. Checking to see if there's going to be any response.
I mean, still 7 runes at the ready for Lux, and so hopefully able to blow up a couple of things potentially. I mean, the biggest thing too is you just really want to take out that Vi as soon as possible. That is going to be almost a guaranteed win unless you're able to take care of it. But the nice part is Vi can only activate that ability on Annie's turn, so that will not be able to be used in this case. But still, I'm getting a little more worried when I'm seeing the defenses that are being set up for the Lux player here.
And he still does have a good shot at just clearing out all of this, realistically, with what we can see on board, and also that quite big hand as well. Yeah, go in there just to make sure that we can hold it. Is that going to be the 7? That is the 7.
But the hard part is if you lose any units, so you could even go ahead and... I mean, but what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 6? Yeah. Gosh, 14 at that point. And Vi can take out pretty much all of that as well. And then you would still have the Annie and the Hopeful to still get things removed at this point. And this looks like it very well might just be a scoop. Yep. Yeah, looks like the Annie is going to be taking game number 1.
Feels bad to get that far behind as the Lux, but that kind of is the issue. Annie's gaining popularity and it's just the fastest deck in this format.
Yeah, just able to hit hard. You're going to have the Darius or the Darius Kaisa combo that is just going to be so devastating to any board state. Just being able to accelerate them so easily for so minor of a cost in this case. And then on top of that, just Annie's ability is so good. And then you get the movement from all those cards. It's so hard. And unfortunately, Lux, it just seems like did not hit any of the removal and all of the tokens. And unfortunately, that is a great formula for Annie to take a game.
What do we think we're sideboarding against this matchup on either side?
Either side, I'm not sure that Annie cares too much against this matchup because there's not really anything. Maybe if they're not mainboarding 3 flashes, getting stuff off the battlefield for the comments and stuff would be nice. But besides that, I'm not sure they care too much.
Yeah, I mean, normally you're doing things. Gust might be a really good option to take out some very scary things to really slow them down. You could get some good targets with that. Rebuke might be good for some bigger things, but there wasn't necessarily a whole lot. But if you were able to even like rebuke that unit that was able to create those 3 tokens upon death, that could be very good at slowing down your opponent in a big deal. But I mean, at the same time, you're exactly right. Annie is in a really good position. The first battlefield that Lux was picking was going for that overwhelm and really trying to secure that game 1. And now they might really start to struggle with what might be coming up in games 2 and 3. And so, the ball's in Annie's court, and she's going to be able to show what she's able to do with ease at this point, I think.
And they picked a Val. And Lux over here has picked a Valmore's Lair. It's against a Dreaming Tree.
It's pretty nice for that flash in the fight or fight to not let Annie save her units, but doesn't stop the Vi from ganking over.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting thing because we've seen this twice in the last couple of days. We saw Willow actually playing this with a Master Yi deck, so it's really fun to start to see these cards start to get utilized a little bit more in these tournaments, and the battlefield's just at a whole different dynamic. And there we go with a sneaky deckhand, able to immediately take a battlefield, and potentially that's going to be maybe 2-3 points that you might be able to get before Lux is going to be able to counter.
It's just the whole reason why Annie doesn't even mind going second sometimes, because you're on the battlefield first. It just doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, look at all those mana rocks coming in at this point. I mean, that's going to be a great help on stopping you from being able to recycle the power cost of these cards. But still, I mean, you had to recycle one, and that could be something to slow you down a little bit here.
We've got a hidden card over on the Lux side here.
Yeah, and this is going to be telling for Annie on what she's potentially able to get going in her way. And it looks like a double Poro going down onto the field. This could also be a very difficult situation here for the Lux, because the Poro does have the deflect, meaning that you do have to recycle a rune when you pick this unit as a target. So you got to be so careful about how you go about that, because man, it can really make it be difficult. So it looks like right there at the end of the turn, potentially, we're going to have the Hidden Blade be activated here to be able to draw 2 and also channel a rune because of the unit that was taken out in this case.
Do you know, Silent, are the Poros in the main board, or was that a sideboard option to get that deflect in?
Let's see, because normally I'm taking a look at Sold Out's list in particular for this deck list, and he's running 2 Pouty Poros, so it could be a main deck option. And again, this is why I'm thinking there's not necessarily a whole lot to really side in or be worried about in this Lux matchup here. And so I'm going to be curious if Annie even did side anything out in this case.
Kai'Sa coming down.
Just such a good card. Great board right now for the Annie being built up. Lux is going to need to start getting some actions going down. But I mean, being able to ready 2 runes just like that, Flash is going to move both units back, particularly, maybe even not though, or you can't move back because of the battlefield. So that's going to be a great catch there.
He must have liked what was in his hand, or else putting that Traveling Merchant on the Dreaming Tree, moving back to trigger his ability would have been nice to churn through his deck.
And there's the Singularity. So that is going to deal 6 damage to 2 units, and that can be anywhere on the board. Does not have to be battlefield exclusive. That is going to be devastating, because Annie, when she has no cards in hand, can really struggle as a deck. But right now, I mean, this still is what feels like a little bit of an uphill battle for Lux here.
Still have those 2 Pouty Poros stopping most spells that are hitting them. When Lux really wants to be playing spells. We're starting to see that army rebuilding. But it's
Yeah, and I really like the token route.
Yeah. No, I've really enjoyed pretty much every deck that I've seen that has done a weenie rush, as as we call it in other games, of just dropping as many things on board as possible. It doesn't matter if they're small because there's a lot of them.
And the hard part is, though, is you can have as many units as you want, but if you're not going to necessarily be able to utilize them, you're almost shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. And I mean, we saw last game that, yeah, there was a lot of units out onto the board, but there wasn't necessarily a whole lot that Lux could do against this Annie matchup. And so it's tough. I mean, you sometimes feel stuck, and here's a falling star coming down. And I mean, that's going to create some great units. But again, we need to make sure these can be utilized. But right there, Lux is taken out.
Interesting, put one on the Evangel, but I guess get up to that 6 break point. Maybe he has the combo in hand and just can end the game next turn, regardless of how much he puts up on the board.
Yeah, Noah's in a massively good position regardless, yeah. And we got the 6, so we can get it to 8 next turn.
Well, and the thing too, and one thing that I love is Annie as the in the champion zone outside of the deck, being able to go into the discard and fish out any spell that you want to add to hand. So you could even go back and get the falling star that you just discarded while playing Annie out, and then use it again against your opponent. And that can be absolutely devastating. Actually, that might be what's almost happening right now. Won't be able to use it this turn, but next turn, sorry, you're going to be losing out on 2 of your big pieces.
We're moving in. Checking for responses. I very comfortably give that point away.
And this is a smart choice here, sending them in one at a time in this case, because it's like, look, if my units end up getting taken out, cool, that's fine. I'm still able to take it. But if you send all 5 units in, there might be something that the opponent could have that could potentially take out all 5 of your units, and then you would not be able to score any points off of that. So great play right there by the Lux, and a great way to go up to 5 points, but still only 1 down against Annie. And this could be a very scary board on this next turn. The retreat as a defense.
Not only as a defense, it's returning that Vanguard Captain to hand to get more tokens, get more value out of that card. And there it comes back down again.
Great play there. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of units right there. Looks like a lot of units, not necessarily a ton of might. Looks like 7 might in total. So, I mean, that's still a difficult wall to get over, but not necessarily impossible.
Just a watchful
one more.
sentry.
Let's make it 8.
just sticking that on the end. Why not?
Tapping out, though. All on the one battlefield while tapping out's a little bit scary.
Yeah, you've not really got any bluff whatsoever, even if you didn't have anything in your hand. Sometimes it's nice to just keep something back, just to have your opponent wondering.
Yeah, the hard part is, though, outside of maybe Falling Comet, you don't necessarily have... Well, you could play, actually, Imperial Decree at this point as well, which would be interesting, but that wouldn't necessarily help out, but it secure the death. But there's, doesn't look like a whole ton of spells in particular. Like Singularity can only be played on your main turn. You can't play it on the other person's turn. And so this can be a little bit difficult on, if you even do try to bluff your opponent, or even if you do have an answer, it might not be the most optimal.
Really thinking about where to go with this. Okay, and there's Falling Star. Start clearing that board. Not letting them get that draw from the Watchful Sentry. And a Void Seeker.
And then, wow. So dealing 4 damage, maybe a little bit of an overkill on a 1 might unit, but still getting that card could be a very big difference maker here if you're trying to get that final answer to get to that 8 points. Now, 3 might is on the board, and so that is going to be interesting, but
Second
another
Void Seeker.
Void Seeker. And so 2 might on one battlefield, 1 might on the other,
And this is it, taking the win.
Could be it.
And there it is. That is 8 points, and we see Noah take the match.
I would love to know what was in the Lux's hand and why they tapped out. Must
Well,
not
let's
have had
see.
much. A
We've got
falling star
Falling
or a
Comet.
falling comet.
And an Imperial Decree.
Decree.
Now, that would have been interesting, though, to
Pretty
keep the
nice
5
as
up.
well.
Yeah, keeping the 5 up to Imperial Decree when your opponent attacks in could at least get you up to 7 points at that point, because you would at least be able to have a backfield to get things moving again. But yeah, it can be so difficult in the moment as well to even see these lines and even different lines as you play these games. And I mean, that's why this can be such a great opportunity to play in a casual but still competitive tournament to learn the game better and to see just what your deck brew can actually do.
Definitely. I'm actually going to have a quick look at the brackets and just see whether we can pull up another game whilst we're still going. So far, we've had Terrasadon has won 2-0 as well. So we'll be seeing them probably a little bit later on. And it looks like almost everybody is still going. We have, I think it was about 20 minutes left in the round when we swapped over. So let's pick up. Is there anybody that you want to see in particular? Everybody's still playing at the moment, so if you want to take a look at that list of who's playing what.
I know Gail was looking Gentleman's every match that he had to tabletop. So if you watch him, you can make him play on Arena.
Oh, are they playing it on tabletop? Oh, they are playing it on tabletop.
Yeah, so one thing that would be maybe interesting, I am curious on what Kuvi might be doing with Teemo.
Kuvi, let's see whether I can see them. It does actually look like Kuvi did not check in time. So they
Okay,
are not
Mystic with Darius?
Yeah, we can do that.
I did check with QV, and they said that they had some coaching that interfered with the time. Was unfortunate and misread what time this was at.
What better time to coach than in a live tournament? So
here we go. Let's take it to the table.
Oh, love the playmat.
It's a very cool playmat. Just bring it over so everybody can see it. Solo leveling, I want to say.
Yes, correct.
I vaguely watch anime. I'm aware it exists, and that's about it.
So, yeah, we'll see how this is going. We don't know specifically what game we are in currently, but definitely good to predict game 2 or 3. If they're still in game 1, they're going to be in trouble at this point. So, but still, it's going to be interesting to see what Darius v. Darius is going to be able to do. This is an interesting mirror match that you don't necessarily see happen too often. Can really see this. I mean, and having a hook on one side, I mean, and you already see that Mystic is up to 6 points, has the hook to be able to be utilized as well, and that's going to be a lot of options here. But I mean, looks like, yeah, revealing the hand and potentially saying, sorry, you got this game, with very few answers that is going to be able to contest this board state.
Just like we came in just at the end.
Oh, no.
Although, saying that, let's see whether they are still going or if we've got a result. Nothing on the bracket just yet. Oh no, we may be going into game 3. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like we're going into a game 3.
All right.
So 1-1.
Yeah, and Darius is going to be a really interesting legend as a whole. I mean, he has such a good legend ability, essentially adding one additional rune for you to utilize every single turn, as long as it is your second unit that you are able to play, or spell for that matter. So just a lot of versatility that you can have. You can hit this ground running so fast with this deck. And there's like even a couple of variations we've been seeing, Darius start to hit without his hook and just going pure overwhelm in this case. And so there's a lot of options here that can really make this an interesting champion and legend to be utilizing.
It's one of the ones that when I get a chance to actually start playing properly, I was thinking I would probably be picking up just from all the really, really fun games that I've seen of people playing them.
Yeah, he's a blast, and I'm still debating which legend I want to main, and Darius just keeps catching my eye. I've been watching a lot of Batsu's gameplay. He uploads on YouTube a lot with explaining his thought process. Is really great channel to watch if you're curious on that. Unintentional plug right there for that, but he does such a good job with playing Darius and has been winning a lot of tournaments, and so does a really good job at making to the top cut, and you get to actually see like, here's my thought process, which can really help evolve your game as a whole as well.
Yeah, Spirits Chiller just said in the chat that something tells me that Darius is going to win this game.
If I was a betting man, I'd jump on that.
And yes, this is with me, Silent Knight and Dr. Rick Marshall is joining me.
Hello.
God, I love that Pouty Poro so much. Just doesn't want to eat that food.
Yeah. Nope, not at all. And I gotta say, I just love the artwork in general. They really stepped it up and made it something special. Yes, they did take like a lot of artwork from Runeterra. Again, I mean, that's a game I played a ton of, and it's just cool to see though the other art that they added into this game as well. Especially the full art looks so good, and seeing now the foils that are coming out with people who are pulling packs. Oh gosh, I'm jealous.
Oh my goodness,
so nice. And I've seen a definite quality difference depending on where you're getting it from by the look of it.
Yes.
Some of the photos look a bit rough.
Yeah, the unnamed store that messed up and let the packs out early. Those edges were very rough on those blister packs. But some of the booster boxes, because I know some LGSs or stores and malls now are also selling their booster box early as well, which makes no sense.
Yeah, that kind of thing can get you banned very quickly from selling. From experience, working on Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh no. Yeah, and so got to be careful about that. But man, we are 1 week away from holding these cards in hand. And I mean, it's going to be so cool to be able to see how this plays out and what cards we are able to get. We have a lot of tournaments even coming our way. So not only online, but in person as well. But we are currently online and playing a game, watching Darius v. Darius, and Poros and Hopefuls are out alike. And we'll see how we are able to respond on the like.
Just a note, we did make affiliate, so you now can subscribe to the channel. If you've got Twitch Prime, it is free to do so. If you feel like handing it over, thank you very much. Anybody that supports us, you really keep the stream dream alive. Our emotes, I'm just posting in chat now, are all of the ones that we've just been able to create. I slaved over like 45 minutes or something like that yesterday, but there they are.
Hey, yo. Like that one.
So 3 No, and the emotes look good, and even just being able to animate them as well, such a fun add-on with that. And I mean, looks like the hook was ending up being found by Mystic and early on in the game. That is going to be a great add-on to this game, and potentially a great time on being able to really just start going wide and devastate the opponent's board state with that. And so, yeah, it looks like going to just send that in, go in for the trade. But the only problem is you don't necessarily have anything to go ahead and take care of the power cost of the baited hook, and you are all out of the runes to be able to pay such cost.
So there's 14 minutes left in the round. I'm just going to let people know. And I think I've spelt the word participant wrong, but oh well. That's fine.
Yeah, math was never my strong suit in school, but autocorrect and spell check has kept me alive. Especially, which is sad because it's like I'm an author as well, and so it's like my friend reads my stuff and he's like, "Yeah, you're lucky there's spell check."
Thanks, Terrasadon, for jumping straight into the Discord to notify everybody that I have spelled it incorrectly before I even got to say so. And
that's our goat.
Oh, I may have accidentally turned shield mode on there for a second, which is not what I wanted to do. How do I turn you off? Oh god, there's new things on the stream.
Yeah, so it looks like Darius is able to at least start moving up, and playing a Falling Star as well is going to be a great option on slowing down Mystic here, being able to take out two very vital, big difference, vital units that are not going to now be able to be utilized by baited hook. And this is going to be the big thing, especially because the battlefield was played by Burt at this point to be able to go ahead and speed up this game. And not only that, he has now been able to find his baited hook and will be able to get some good units going as we see the captain going the way of the earth to be able to utilize finding a unit with 4 might or less. Oh, and a Kaisa is going to be just a prime find to get out of that. So yeah, Mystic, this is going to be a big turn for Mystic. 3 cards in hand, going to be up to 4 when they start their turn. But I mean, they're going to need to do something about this board state. Yes, it's tough when Burt only has 1 card in hand, but still being able to get a Kaisa to refill the hand. And not only that, but being able to use the baited hook each and every turn at this point, with also not having to pay the power cost, is going to be such a vital asset on making sure that Burt can continue to score these points and get further into this game. So this is going to be a very big turn for Mystic, and if he's not able to start capitalizing on rebuilding the board state at the minimum, this is going to be a very difficult match, for the rest of this game.
Just a Darius out, though. It's a little tough here. Oh no. Falling Star. Gets to clear the board on the other side, though. Kaisa no longer gets to refill Burt's hand, so it's a little tough. He goes up to 4 points and then he has all the units. Really depends on what that 1 card is for Burt.
It's really fun to see such aggressive play this early in the game as well. But those baited hooks doing their job.
Yeah, and with both players having baited hooks, it's just a roll of the dice, seeing what's going to be happening here. Although it's going to be interesting because the Darius to Darius trade is something that we see a lot in this game. You see that with Kaisas, you see and Kaisa decks, and you'll see that in a bunch of other matchups as well because Darius is such a regular card. But unfortunately, Burt is extremely low on runes, only going to be up to 4, so will not be able to capitalize on that. And I think Mystic is reading right into that and going to be getting up to 4 points. And now it is anyone's game. Oh, and just a pass. Burt is not going to be able to capitalize on anything, not even getting out a unit in this case. and Mystic immediately goes up to 6. So, man, maybe
Wow.
taking out that Kaisa was one of the best things that could have been happening for this turn.
Yeah, 2 cards sat in hand, not a lot of answers, and just being able to get those points immediately. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, well, now Mystic can sit back and be like, cool, well, let me go ahead, pull everything back. I'll rebuild my board, and then I can just go ahead and even start overwhelming you as well on top of that. With the Faithful Manufactor, you can even start to sack that with Baited Hook if you so choose as well, and see what you can get. Or heck, even, yeah, take out Glory Seeker with the hook.
This is huge. But really needs something here to be able to get over. Sat there looking at this army, just sat behind a fence, just going, I'm coming for you.
That
Yeah,
might be
just
just a
go-
little too.
yeah. They're showing hand. Oh, and they had a grand stratagem sat
Oh,
there.
had it.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
No, that was a really fun game to see there.
No, that was
Go back
fun
to-
being able to hop over into a game. Great play to see there. And I mean, you got to see just what Darius can do against Darius. And man, the answer was Darius, and able to get a strong win by Mystic, being able to go probably 2-1 is my guess. And moving on to the next round with a good win under their belt.
Yeah, it's that was a massacre. Just that last game there. Gosh.
Well, and that's the thing too. Yeah, because Falling Star can be such a pivotal card. And, under discrepancy even a little bit in some people by this community because of how powerful of a card it can be.
So it looks like we've got 5 minutes left in the round, or very much coming up onto it. We've only got one table left. Heading over and looking at the brackets, we have Irritorium taking it 2-0 over Silent Kami. Aristeos lost to Animated 2-0. Terrasadon 2-0 against Asriel 126. We just saw Misty take on Bert there and win. Actually, it was 2-0, so that was the first game that we were looking at when we first joined. Noah versus Yosara is what our feature match was at the start here. T-Simple T lost against Gelwins 2-1. Dopamine lost against Denny 1-2-1. And Prismaticism won against Cedra 52 2-0. So we've got some really good calls. Oh, yeah. And I've just been messaged. Sorry, our game was 2-1, so that was the third game there that just misreported it. So that's all good. Yeah, I thought that
could only
would have
imagine
been a
how
really long game one.
Gosh, the grind is there, but man, if Darius goes for a 35-minute game, something's wrong.
Just decking out at that point, surely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Gosh, whilst we've got a moment, we know that a lot of set 2 is being announced already, even before we've got set 1 over here. What champions are you looking forward to?
Oh, that's been a tough one. Yeah, Ezreal's going to be so cool to be able to see. Let me see. There's one that hasn't even been announced yet. I'm really waiting and wanting to see what they do with Ashe. She was one of my first legends that I ever learned to play in League of Legends, and it would just be so cool to see her come in. And she will, but maybe not this set.
Yeah, I really want Braum. I want Braum. And I want it to interact with
Braum
Poros.
would be so fun.
Just it's going to have a buff card that's just mustache. That will be the entire card.
And we will rejoice. That card will
Spiritualer.
be revealed, and it will be great. Yeah.
Spiritual chopping in to say that Volibear was the first champion they ever used. That's very cool. Volibear is definitely a favourite of a lot of my friends. Big bear, big lightning bear.
Big bear that skips leg day. doesn't has a great upper body, but man, just
Definitely
waddles
skipping
around.
leg.
So, no, and I'm so excited. And it's going to be interesting to see how this game continues to evolve, especially since China is ahead of us, at least until the beginning-ish of next year. It'll be interesting because as soon as this game comes out, the next set is starting to get revealed in November because China's getting it. So it'll be really fun to see maybe what deck brewing we will have in English even before this game, and we barely get set 1.
It's actually going to be really interesting because as soon as we see it, we know that it's going to get onto online platforms like this as well. So we're going to see us divide in the meta, where we suddenly have this physical game meta where we know that it's set 1 and we know what's going to be coming up. And then we have this online meta where everybody's going to be able to use set 2. And potentially, I think we'll have to think about when we get to that point, what is it that we're going to do? Are we going to allow set 2 to be played in the online tournaments? Or are we going to just say, let's just keep to the meta that we currently got within the physical space? So really interesting kind of interactions that we're going to have with what is now a growing online community for Riftbound.
Yeah, and that's always a hard debate to have because it's like, yeah, we always want to encourage playing in person. And I feel like, we definitely have that great opportunity too. And I don't think online tournaments necessarily take away from that. Luckily, it just helps you get the play testing in that you wouldn't otherwise be able to have. The cool part though would be interesting to see what set 2 stuff would be. But again, it's also kind of easy sometimes to get that burnout when, we've been playing now set 1 for what? Almost like a month and a half, 2 months. A lot of these tournaments have already been going, and the game's not even released yet. And we have until February until we get set 2. So
yeah,
I guess burnout could be real.
That is something that you can really risk, especially when you allow your game to be released online, is that you will get to that point. And it makes me wonder why some people. What happens if we're not done? Oh, I've just been asked. I just had a judge call. We aren't done with game 2. It is.
Oh no! Oh no!
My gosh! So when time
is that Kuvi's lobby or?
Yeah, it was.
Finish your current turn, then play 5 turns. Oh, and the hack case has just said that they realised that they forgot that the tournament was today, which is why we didn't get a check-in earlier, which is understandable.
Oh, no.
And you will have to forgive me for my ignorance here, but if they are on time, if there isn't a clear winner by the end of time on the second game, it becomes a draw. Is that right? I think we can draw in Riftbound.
Yeah. And so, but yeah, if not, if they're still tied after, if they're 5-5 after the 5 rounds, then it does end in a tie. But if anyone's at 6 or, if they have any more points than the other opponent, then the win goes to the other. So we'll see. Time will tell.
So just checking there. See how they're getting on.
Back to the set 2 for a brief moment, though. I'm really excited for once we finally do get all regions synced up, so we don't have cards coming out a month before they're supposed to for us.
Yeah,
I would really like
that'll be really nice.
I can agree with that. I mean, it's something that we see in Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot, because, of course, Japan gets a lot of cards before... it's split something called the OCG and the TCG, which is the original card game and trading card game. But the OCG gets a lot of cards that we just don't get to see, or in some cases they get different effects because of how they were released and they're to do with the anime and things like that. So it just gets really confusing a lot of the time when you can see the cards over there. And when we get to things like World Championships, if there's a set that has been released that we've not had access to over here, but Japan is competing in those, China in this case. Or the East. I'm just going to say East and West to make it easier. Over on the East, if they have had access to a set longer than we have, or we don't have access to a set when we hit those World Championships, it's just going to make things really, really awkward.
Yeah, and I really hope we can avoid that, because I was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitor back, really avidly, 2016 to about 2019. And that was one of my biggest annoyances, especially even having different rarities. And I don't think Riftbound will specifically do that, but that was the hard part where, they would have a big meta card in the OCG that would be, a rare, but then they would make it in America a secret rare. So it would be so much more expensive to collect, a staple card in your deck. And man, that was tough. And then even just trying to prepare for, worlds and stuff like that was a little interesting to see come about as well.
Yeah, it was one of the business strategies that you get when you have something that's happening over in a different country, in a different region, and you can see how players react to it. To really be able to understand it. But you still get completely different metas. I'm pretty sure from what I've heard so far is that we're seeing very different metas over in China for Riftbound than what we're seeing over in the West as well. People seem to just be playing the game very differently.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting to see if this starts to line up a little bit more. And I feel like what's really interesting too is because of these online tournaments, China might even be learning from us, just like we are learning from China as well, where we're getting deck ideas when we see, how the last regionals went with Yi Ramp and with the Auroras, and we took that and we were like, this is really cool. And we play tested it over here in America in English and everything in these online tournaments. And it kind of fell to the wayside. The meta adjusted for that. And now we're seeing likewise, the Aurora Yi isn't necessarily as played as what you've seen otherwise. And so it's really cool to see how we bounce back and forth between each other in these decks as well.
Just trying to find the direct connect codes to see how we're getting on that last game, because they should be in the 5 turns. What color is Yon? I'm not quite sure what you're asking me there.
The legend, they're revealed for next set. So wonder what colors it will be. I don't know.
Well, and this is going to be really interesting to see too, especially as we continue to get more legends. I mean, they released a ton of legends in set 1. I was thinking maybe like we would be lucky with 10 legends, and they did, a decent amount more than that. And even getting additional legends after that, it can just continue to get this meta more and more wide. And so it's going to be fun to see, because I think it will be a big challenge also to see what legend abilities they can create for each legend in particular. Going to be fun.
I'm thinking purple red. I think this is showing I've not played League of Legends in a very long time, because I have no idea who this is. Oh, that looks...
Yasuo's brother?
Yasuo's half-brother. That definitely looks like the kind of edgelord that would have been Yasuo's half-brother. Yeah, we'll know if the score is tied. If they're going to, it would be 1-1, I think, but we shall see. I'm gonna just see. I've not been able to get a direct connect code to be able to get over, but let's see. Where is this getting revealed? Good question, actually. Where is that being revealed? Is it just on the social medias?
Yeah, Riot does a good job, or the Riftbound on X does a good job at posting stuff a lot, and that's where a lot of the reveals come from.
Let's just have a look and see if I can bring it up on stream. Riftbound report.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now as well. I'm not.
Oh, this is the fan account.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, it is a fan account, but
see if it's just a.
This is the image that I was going off of, I believe.
So glad I didn't bring that up on stream. Oh my god.
I saw it though. I saw it.
I did not. I was aware, but that's so funny.
When you have 3 monitors, you see it all.
Yeah. So Yon Riftbound.
Yane to those who don't play League of Legends.
Yeah, I'd say in our little group chat the post that at least has all of them that they are saying is confirmed.
Let's take a look. Whilst waiting for that last game to finish up. Bring that up on stream. And there we go.
It's gonna be
Lucian,
Lucian, yeah, that'd be
was gonna
really
be interesting.
Azir, Ornn. I actually am very excited for all these. Draven, I do like Red Draven already. So very excited to see what he really goes into.
Now, what I'm more excited for is to get an actual promo card that is not Teemo. That's
would
one
be
that I'm looking
nice.
forward to. It's like we got Ari and we're like, yes, that's great, but then it's been like 3 or 4 different Teemos. It's like, please, just give us something else.
They do
There's so
love
much
that
to
Teemo.
pick.
1, 2, 3, 4. I hear it in my
The
nightmares.
troll of the game, yeah. He's like the Furby for League of Legends players.
Oh, and speaking of yordles, we're going to have Tristana tell us what round it is.
Time for a Bandle City beatdown.
And that's right, it's round 2. I have actually now seen that we have just had all the results in, so round 2 is going to start in a moment.
Tristana was my first legend for League of Legends, so I would be really excited to have her have a legend here in Riftbound.
As long as they actually get better abilities than what they gave, like, Garen, for example, as a legend. That's the hard part, because it's like, Garen's revealed, oh boy, and then, oh, that's it, and nope, not in the meta. So, cool.
Yeah, Garen got done dirty. Definitely.
Well, and that'll be the interesting thing, too, because, I mean, rotation, they've already announced that before we even started getting card reveals. They're on approximately when the first rotation will be, which is awesome to say that they're communicating as much as they are. But it's going to be interesting to see, especially once they bring back legends and everything, if they revamp them as well, because power creep is a very real thing in trading card games. I mean, with Yu-Gi-Oh, how that's come about and everything like that as well. And so it'll be interesting if these legends that we get in the set 1, set 2, set 3, just kind of fall to the wayside because of the power creep, and they have to remake them with the new level that the game is at.
So let's pick our next table. I'm thinking Terrasadon versus Denny 1. I think
I would like that one as well.
versus Master Yi, maybe? Did I say who Denny's playing? I forgot. But I know that it's not a Chimera, which I don't want to see until later on, because that's usually how these events go. So let's just grab Terrasadon.
I feel you on that, because therefore, especially the first 4 or 5 weeks of Thursday Night Fight, it was Kaiza, just over and over and over again. Which was nice to see it get played on the top end, but annoying. Yeah, exactly.
Just to see who's going to be hosting. I think it should be. If not, here we go. Let's connect and see. Yeah, here we are. Now this is a different table to what I was expecting. So I'm not sure why this has come up like this. As usual, just plagued with technical difficulties.
Yep, but it'll be interesting. And I mean, the big part here is Terrasadon with his not Kaisa, that was the background, with his Kaisa has been really good, and he's been able to do a lot of really great plays and done well in a lot of these tournaments, making top cut more often than not. And so it'll be fun to see what he's able to do. He's definitely one to watch, because he's played so many games as Kaisa, been able to get a lot of the lines figured out, and is able to play it very efficiently. So it'll be fun to see what this matchup is going to entail. But I'm definitely going to be curious to see, what he's able to do here.
I've got some reason, I think that it might just be I think somebody's still connected to Terrasadon's table from last game. That's what's happening.
Because it looks like, yeah, he's currently going and checking. Yeah, and he does have the ability to kick a player if need be. So we'll see if he does.
Let's just see if we got...
Because, they're in the process of getting the player out. Because that would not make for fun gameplay.
Oh yeah, sorry. That's fair.
Go away.
Let's head over to the table.
Yeah.
And I'll just very
Like you
quickly.
said, though, Terra has been putting in a lot of work. I've been playtesting with him this past week, and he's just been putting in like 6-hour days at least, really trying out a lot of different matchups, a lot of different techs. So it's nice to see him playing well with how much work he's putting into it as well.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is we have a lot of, again, really big tournaments that are coming out. We have Orlando, which is a 25K. We then have Houston, which is the first regionals in America and in English in general, and then even like a 10K at Vegas. And so there's already a lot of opportunities. And so to get these games in early is going to be very telling. And I mean, he's proven that, he can run with Kaisa and he can really show, his skill as a player as well. So this is not going to be an easy matchup by any means, but definitely one that might be a little bit more favored because of the runs he's already put in as a Kaisa player.
Let's get people started. I'll start it on my side. It looks like we're just trying to get everybody on the table. I think that it's a glitch on my end. Let's just refresh and just get back into that table. I'll just bring it back to here so I don't accidentally show everybody my direct connect code, which has happened before several times.
Oh, no. Yeah, it looks like they're just rolling for turn right now. And so
yeah, there we go.
We still got plenty of time. They haven't even started mulligans and everything is looking good. So interesting play mat choices here on how that's going, but I love the artwork here, and looks like we have a Yasuo versus Kaisa. So I don't know. I mean, how are you guys feeling about this kind of matchup? We don't see a lot of Yasuo, and it's going against pretty much one of the top decks here. So what are we thinking this matchup's going to entail then?
Just really depend how you're going to go with Yasuo here. Because I've seen some interesting ways of playing them, but I think that Yasuo kind of has a chance. But we'll see, because Kaisa just has so much just to be able to peel away every single turn, just to be able to bring anything down that it's coming up against. Really is kind of the favorite when they were designing this game. You could definitely tell.
Yeah, and I mean, but. Yeah, and Yasuo's champion ability is so good as well. Being able to deal 6 damage every time that it moves into a location can just really clear up the board, especially when sometimes you only have one unit in the battlefield anyway, and so you can just clear it out. Now, of course, the 2 power cost on Yasuo is a lot, and that can really slow down your deck as a whole. So it'll be fun to see what the differences will be between these two titans clashing here as we go into game number 1.
Yeah, I've also seen an interesting Yasuo Mask of Foresight deck going around using Kane and some movement with it. It's been very... It was actually a lot more real than I thought it would be. Yeah, I was like, okay, I can actually see this pretty well. But yeah, I don't know if it just has that consistency yet.
Gust.
Yeah, and that's the hard part. Yeah, and there's going to be... I mean, it does have the good removal here. It has the movement potentially that Annie could have, but yeah, it's definitely not one that we're technically... Or, that we're, considering a lot of. But the Gus is going to be coming in and bringing the card back to hand. No student will be conquering today, and we will see what other things are going to be able to be utilized here. Maybe a Kaisa coming in on Terrestrodon's end, but it looks like might just be replaying the student.
Playing it safe. Because what we don't want to do is bring out that Kaisa and then have nothing to back it up.
Yeah.
Gust is just a fantastic card. Any card that says drop a card back into your opponent's hand, especially when they've wasted the resources to be able to play it, so good. And there's a Defy.
Good reactions for this Yasuo to draw early here, but can you keep up with the 22,000 removal spells in Kaisa?
Well, and that's the thing, though, because that's a great card to defy, because you're also stopping your opponent from being able to, draw a card off of that. And so, yes, he still has the Kaisa that he can utilize to refill hand. But that's the biggest thing, is you're trying to slow down Kai'Sa as quick as you can on making sure that they can't refill their hand, because if they can't, they can really struggle as a deck.
And that Hextech Ray coming down is going to basically waste that Zhonya's, in my opinion.
Yeah, because I mean, you're hoping that the Reaver's Row was just going to be challenged in and that you would go back to base, but immediately that's going to just take it out, and the Hourglass, which you paid so much for, well, I mean, 2, but, is then just going to be taking your Poro back to base.
And having to use
And
that fight
you don't
or
get
flight
much out of
to
it.
do it, although it looks like they may be changing their mind. Oh, I think they wanted to play something different, which was Discipline.
Yeah, that would be a good choice as well. The Discipline, being able to draw a card and add +2 might, still being able to hold. The Hourglass is not yet wasted.
But there is still a lot of resources over on Terrasadon's side. Got a full hand and 6 runes to use it.
Yep, and I mean, you could go the Kai'Sa route. You could go a Darius route if you wanted as well. There's a lot of options, and Kai'Sa can always just come in swinging so fast and get a lot of devastating, power out onto the field. And it looks like the Kai'Sa is going to be utilized here as well, and immediately moved into a battlefield.
And it's going straight into the back alley bar. Just getting +1 might that turn, which just means that there's a little less answers that can come over from Denny's side.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky, because if you do go ahead and send the student in, you might be able to utilize Cleave to go ahead and get over, but still, the Poro is just going to go back to base, which doesn't necessarily feel good, especially when having to utilize a Cleave. And, I mean, there's 1 left, so it looks like the retreat will start right away. Nothing needs to be activated, and 1 rune is left at the ready for the Kai'Sa player.
Matt just jumping in to say good luck to everybody. I probably should have said that Matt isn't here because we are on the Mataurus Plays channel. Matt has been at Essen for the last week, seeing all of the nice, lovely Riftbound content that has been released so far. Taking a look at some of the promos in person. They have taken a load of photos of those and posted it within our Discord. If you look just above me, you'll see a QR code that you can scan to join our Discord, which allows you to enter the tournament as well if you're wanting to play. And also, the link should be in the description down below.
I'm actually surprised, too, that there's not more Sunday tournaments, because more often than not, it feels like Sunday's even a more optimal day than, Saturday. But, glad we're able to at least have this opportunity. And, man, this is going to be interesting right now as well. It is currently 3-2, and the Yasuo takes the lead here. And this is going to be maybe the difficult part as well, is that with how much power cost this deck can have as a Yasuo player, it can make it so difficult for you to get your champion out onto the board.
It's the and
then here is the issue. The card advantage, the Kai'Sa just gets so many more cards. Yasuo has 1, and now his entire board is gone. I know he has Zarya to get it back, but now it's gone. It just seems like this puts him back way too far. It's just an issue. Yeah.
Well, and it can dissolve his hidden card as well. He can't activate it, and it was going to be a fight or flight. And so that's just gone. And that's the sad part. Whereas in Anna, you'd be able to ready 2 runes, and you wouldn't have to actually hide fight or flight, and would be able to still use it on your opponent's turn to stop them from scoring a point. So it's tough.
The fight or flight would have helped if it was anything other than that falling star being able to target it, even if it went back to base.
Rule 1 of Kai'Sa: they always have a falling star. You kind of have to play around it, because it's so game losing if you don't.
They always have a falling star unless I'm playing Kai'Sa, then I never have a falling star.
That's also very true and fair. I'd love to see if he is able to pull his way out of this. He does have 8 runes up. Too bad it is Reaver's Row, so that Darius just gets to live even if he brings the Yasuo out. And then the Yasuo is way too vulnerable out on the board, can just get shot by spells, and then you're completely out of any chance to win this game. So I think you just leave that Yasuo in since he's bringing it out. Yeah. That is scary. Terra's not threatening the game yet because it's only 4-4. It's a little bit early.
And again, yeah, with the spell removal, that is just going to be so scary to try to see, next turn. I could go ahead and just not be taken care of in this case. And so we do see Mask of Foresight that is going to be able to be utilized here. Reaver's Row is going to be backing them out. And that is scary too, because Darius can then just come in and swing in for 7 and even potentially 10 if a cleave is going to be utilized as well with that.
Exactly.
But I mean, Yasuo at least will be able to survive because of Reaver's Row as well. So it's going to be just basically each other just swinging one point to another, till the end of time at this point.
While Kaisa's most of her kill cards give her the draw, and the Yasuo just does it. And then you can see the hands here, 5-2. They've played, I guess Yasuo's played 3 more cards. Actually, it's been pretty much even on the draws this game.
Yeah.
Darius coming back in. Reaver's Row taking back the Yasuo.
Oh, okay. You smart from Yasuo to go back, but he doesn't get any of the cards out. But again, that's the issue with him having to tap out. He doesn't get to bluff anything. It makes the math real simple. 4 just straight up. And 2 of them. Okay, that's tough.
Yeah, and so this is going to be interesting, and this is going to be one of the hardest comebacks. Then in this case, Reaver's Row is going to be such a great card, especially with the lack of removal that Yasuo has as a color combination here. You don't have the spells hitting for 5 damage or anything, and so to get over the Darius here, you literally have to attack and have more might, but you can't because of Reaver's Row.
Yeah, and then we have 3 units in base here, and the Kaisa's on that scary 10 rune number here. Can just overpower this Poro with all this stuff, go on up, do a time warp, move the Darius back, ready him with the second card, and then go take Reavers over the Yasuo. And it's just like, what do you do about that? I don't see what he can do.
Well, we've got a moment just to remind everybody. Apologies if there's been too many ads being running. I haven't actually set up the ads manager yet, so please give me any feedback that you've got on that. And if you want to support the channel at all, we are affiliate now, so you can subscribe. Give us your Twitch Prime if you feel like you want to. And just in the chat there is all of the emotes that you get at tier 1. There will be some more animated being added.
It would also help with the ads. You would no longer get those ads if you use your free Twitch Prime.
That is true. Oh. Kane Unleashed coming down into the battlefield.
Interesting. Makes it Kaisa use a little bit more resources to actually get on that battlefield before they can time warp. Actually makes it where if they use any resources, they can't time warp. So that's very nice. Gets rid of his mass, so that's back to just 9 might total on that left battlefield and 7 on that right. Surely this Kaisa has a cleave by now, and if he does, maybe you just send both Noxuses into the Reaver's Row. Either bait out that 1 pump spell that the Yasuo is bluffing to have, or just have the Yasuo push back.
Yeah, and this is going to be tricky too, because also some things that we see with these matchups is we could also even see, I've been seeing Time Warp be played in Kaisa's deck, and he is at the 10 runes, so even just going ahead and taking a battlefield potentially might be enough, and then, I don't know. That might be an option as well. But man, yeah, this is a great wall that is being built up right now. Yasuo showing that it can't be a deck that is necessarily counted out. It is 7-5 right now against a Kai'Sa deck. And so right now it looks like that we are going to be seeing the Darius moving in, but there's 2 runes at the ready and 2 cards in hand as the Yasuo player.
And I think there is a potential telegraph for that time warp coming in. So it's just making sure that we don't play into it. Moving backwards at this point would potentially be playing into it.
Yeah, but the big part here is, and it looks like Terrasadon is deciding how much to commit. Because if he commits everything and there's a response and he loses everything, that might be scary.
No.
And so we'll see, though. This is very telling. Yasuo backs out.
That's tough. And here comes the time warp. Yeah, he just instantly tapping all 10. Yeah, that's tough. There it is.
There it is, yeah.
Only goes to 7, though. But we'll still have 9 runes coming into this next turn. Gets a whole point up to 7, can bring the Darius back, and then 2 cards. Raise them up for 7, for 11 might swing into the 9 that is on the other battlefield. It needs 2 defies to stop like kind of everything the Kai'Sa can do, probably.
Yeah, I agree. And even still, would that be enough?
Uh-oh. What's this?
I mean, look at it.
Oh, no. Okay.
Just sliding into those DMs with a double cleave. Man, now that is a way to take a game out from under your opponent, a time warp, and double cleave on a Darius to go up to 13. It's still not quite counting him out yet. That is 13 that is going to be utilized, 17 with both moving in. And still a stupefy for that little extra salt on the wound.
Just to make sure. That it's there.
Well, and he can still draw off a stupefy too, and then play a card that he draws.
But isn't the issue here? Didn't one cleave need to go on the Noxus Hopeful in case he could fight or flight the Darius off the battlefield here? And then he just wins on the hold.
Yes, but there still is another. There's a fight or flight. Oh no.
You're right.
Oh, no. Oh, because one cleave on the other one still would at least... Oh, no, I guess it wouldn't trade. It'll only be 7-8, so it doesn't actually trade. Not too much you can do about it at this point. And wow, with how much we saw that Kai'Sa do, and the Yasuo still being able to really stick through it till the end. Turns aren't over yet, but unless he top decked another good card.
It may be what have I done?
Is a bit of an because no.
He didn't draw any removal from the looks of it. Otherwise, that'd be just quick tap and send.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, it looks like the Yasuo survives even after a time warp double cleave Darius.
Wow.
That is impressive.
Huge.
That is impressive. Well, and that goes to show especially how careful you almost have to be with Reaver's Row a lot of times too, because that was something that really kept the Yasuo alive, and the Falling Stars were utilized, really well at beginning. But then when the Yasuo was coming in and you just weren't able to find that removal, you saw exactly just how many points you were able to get and how fast Yasuo could move on maintaining the holds as well. And so the side deck is going to be very important, I think, for Kai'Sa, and it'll be fun to see what both competitors use going into game number 2.
Yeah, I know Terra's sideboard decently well. What or you think that he would be good for him to pull in before I even tell you what's in it?
Yeah, I mean, a Cathian Rain is probably going to be very helpful as well. The time warps are good, but that's almost a dead card. You're good at running probably even just the one in this case. But this is the thing too, is like we didn't even necessarily see any Falling Stars here, or not Falling Stars, sorry, Thousand Tail Watcher or things like that as well, which would have made a really big impact at the end game as well. And so difficult situation there. We'll see what the draws can be here, but what are you thinking that he might be siding in, since you do know the side deck?
I do know that he's got those watchers in the main board, and it was just unfortunate draws. Yeah, so that is unfortunate for him. But I know one thing that he still runs for Aurora and a Hook sometimes that I don't necessarily think is the right card to have in his sideboard. But since he does have it, I know there's a Thermo Beam there if he's really annoyed at this Mask of Foresight, getting that as much value as they can to get over breakpoints. But I'm not sure if how worried he is about that Mask of Foresight just yet.
Yeah, I don't think that would necessarily, because I mean it's a very high cost paying 5 and 2 power in that case, and so I think he's okay and with that, and we'll be interested to see how this ends up going. Starting with a student coming into the board and nothing on the other side. Now, with that, it'll be fun to see how these battlefields also play in effect as well. We're going for a quicker game here with Duracidon playing the arena's greatest to give everyone 1 point to start.
Very standard turn we see there with Kaiser bringing up Raven Blue student to start off with.
Yeah, like Silent was saying, to having the arena's greatest for the game you go first is very nice. Seeing Yasuo running the Obelisk of Power is a little interesting, but it's nice to see. Get you on 4 runes, you can get a 2-drop and Zanya's out that first turn, or a Mask and a 2-drop. Both are really good for you. So it's interesting to see. I wonder if that just loses the Aurora matchup. So giving them 2 games with Obelisk of Power doesn't sound like the best. Traveling Merchant with Scrap Heap. What a powerful combo. 1 move, draw 2. Whenever it's discarded, you get to draw 1. And the Traveling Merchant, when you move, you get to discard 1 and draw 1.
That was something that I saw when I was first started playing, was the interaction on purple about discarding and playing cards. It was super nice.
Yeah, lots of discard and lots of movement. That is definitely the hallmark of purple. Got a pretty big base build up here for the Kaiser as well. Nothing that's too scary yet, but I mean, we're 1 turn away from this green Yasuo being able to come out on the board safely.
Let's see where we're going. There's a bit of a pause here. A lot of options. Bringing it back to get another.
It is pretty nice there. And then this is the exact opposite of last game here. The Kaiser's down to 3 cards and the Yasuo is up to 7, now 6. Wait, ayo. It's the 2 funny numbers. But yeah, I don't know, because getting on the battlefield here lets you have reactions. It's kind of scary. And then again, you're playing against a green deck that could just have a Defy in hand, and it's would really set you back if a Void Seeker gets defied here. You lose a draw and the kill spell, and it's just might be a quick 2-0 after that.
Terrasadon definitely speeding up and trying to get as many points as possible early game. Just making it so that Yasuo doesn't get the ability to be able to ramp up and start making bigger plays.
Bringing the student back, kind of screen. Oh, only 1 mana up. Yeah, at most a Stupefy or a Hextech Ray. Both not great. A Retreat if it's worst case scenario. Retreat would put him onto 10 runes though, which is throwing a very early Time Warp.
So moving that to discard and draw a card.
Not the 3rd Scrap Heap. Depressing.
It's probably the longest I've personally seen a Traveling Merchant survive.
Yeah, you would think. It is very telling. Mm-hmm. It's a ton of value and kind of big tells that there's not a Falling Star in hand for Kaiser, or else that's an easy boink boink on the Merchant and Wielder of Water. Brings out the Yasuo and moves him up to taps out to move him up.
Wow. Oh,
he was on 8 mana, right? He needs a tap 2 to move him up with the Legend ability.
Thank you very much. We have just hit a follower goal of 50 followers.
Hides a card, so that's why he can tap out. Goes up. It's either fight or flight, which helps him live, but that only helps if it's an attack onto you. But it could be a Zanya's that would really help him live anything, including a falling star.
Well, and this is the hard part too, is now Yasuo is down to only 4 runes. And so you're really hoping that the cards that you have at this point are going to be able to maintain your hold so that you can go ahead and, rebuild the runes in this case. And so it'll be fun to see what's going to be happening here. Because, 9 runes on Kai'Sa's side is scary.
So I got a question for you, Silent. If you sided in an Acathian Rain here and you play this turn, do you put all 12 or all 6 triggers on the Yasuo in case that is the Zanya's and just make sure you get the Yasuo out through the Zanya's? Or do you really split it up and try and get the whole board? I'm not even sure.
I really don't feel like I really don't feel like the rest of the board is really too big of a threat in this case. And so I would just go for the reassurance of getting everything taken care of. But it looks like Cleve is going to be really doing a lot of work here. The students showing why they shine. And you are exactly right on that. Getting the hourglass to be played. And that is going to move it back to base in this case. And man, that is something that is going to be saving a life here. But still, that is 5 points for the Kai'Sa player.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the hidden card on the other side, Dark?
It gotta be fight or flight, or see what it's gotta be fight or flight. I did block for roughly 2 hours after the card was revealed, and then I've been off of that for a while. Yeah, there it goes. Goodbye. Oh, himself to get the extra move. Nice.
And drop a scrap heap. This one traveling merchant has drawn 9 cards.
He's discarded 3 scrap heaps, so that's 6 on that, and one time it wasn't that. So yeah, it's at least 7, at bare minimum 7 actual cards have been drawn from this traveling merchant, which is just insane.
There was a traveling merchant that movement without a scrap heap. So
that's the entire difference.
Yeah. Wow.
Between the deck size, because 31 to 23 before his turn started, the whole difference was just this traveling merchant got him 7 cards.
And Takaisa's 1.
Up to...
I mean, it is... strong board, even with that 1 card in hand.
Well, and he's been able to get rid of all the cards in his hand because he's had so many runes to be able to use. And so... This is going to be interesting to see as well, because he's at 8 runes. If he had a time warp in hand again, that would secure game 2 and we would go into game 3. But still, it could very well be anyone's game, and it'll be fun to see what ends up happening.
Oh wow, Chump checking him to see what he has and to buff these students. The fact that he hasn't tapped his mana yet kind of makes me think it's nothing. I guess technically Yasuo has the pry out, but no, nothing.
1-for-1 trade.
Merchant gets a student out. That you'll take that any day of the week.
Appreciate we're doing that just to check to make sure that Darius isn't gonna murk the Yasuo.
Exactly. And at this point, there's nothing that he could actually do, right? It could only be a retreat because Cleave is only for attackers, and then he doesn't have enough mana for anything else.
And there's the 6 damage.
Superfy still would have killed it. Yeah, wow. Tough. Really comes down to this top deck. That's screaming that it's either Void Seeker, which is too big. But if it was Void Seeker, he wouldn't have played the Poro and kept 3 up. So either Falling Star, which can't be played on an opponent's turn, or it's a unit that he is bricked up on.
Yeah, and that's hard on top of that too, because you're really hoping that you're able to at least take a battlefield at this point. But if not, or even if you do manage to clear both in this case, your opponent still has 7 cards in hand, and Yasuo has been able to put in so much work, especially with the Traveling Merchant, of getting the fluff out and really locking in what he wants at this point. And so I can only imagine what those 7 cards are, and how, I mean, that is going to just be so scary to go against, especially when you're sitting with just 1 in hand.
If we see that Darius in the trash, like what could he really even have at this point in hand here? Nothing's being played instantly, so it seems like it's a tough position. Hasn't forfeited though, so there's got to be at least a route.
Yeah, there's definitely something there.
Any removal? Oh, one for a Ray. Try and kill that. You can get a draw out with your Kai'Sa.
And there's the Defy.
And Defy, and that's got to be game at this point. That's so tough. 9 mana. I guess you can come up now with the Kai'Sa, but 1 card in hand, what is it?
I mean, a Darius would be pretty clutch at this point, maybe. But again, it wouldn't do anything just because the Defy shut down the Darius. He does not ready if Defy is activated because it does not count as a card played.
Exactly. This Kai'Sa has to get over this water, which I don't know if it's going to. I actually don't think it can. Because if it is a Darius, you just trade out, right? Oh, yeah, and here it goes. What do I do? How do I get out? And writing might be on the wall.
Yeah, I think this is a loss.
It is tough for the Kai'Sa, but it's nice to see a Yasuo faring this strongly into the Kai'Sa. It's definitely not made it look easy.
I mean, game 1 was a too aggressive of a push from Terrasadon, and then just one card completely wrecked it. And
back to your point too on we haven't seen a Watcher from Kai'Sa yet, which does change this situation a lot. Wielder to 1, Yasuo to 3, the On Guard wouldn't be enough. It just, not having Watcher is really, really tough. And then, if the Darius can't ready it up because of the Defy, well played by the Yasuo.
Yeah, well, and that was really smart too, having all 5 runes to be able to be used during your opponent's turn, especially again with so many cards in hand, and you were able to see just how he was able to take that to the Kai'Sa and to be able to really shut down, Terrasadon in this matchup. And so, man, I'm curious. I mean, what's the record going to be, for this player now? Yasuo is something that now I'm raising a brow at and being like, that's interesting.
And revealing that hand there was so many just responses that were available to anything that was going to happen there. So, wow.
Yeah, just never getting over that. I mean, you can't always rely on your Traveling Merchant getting you 10 draws in a game, but either way, like just seeing how strong this was.
I mean, if you got one card that's drawing you 10 cards of your deck, a whole fourth of your deck, I think that you may be winning that game.
Just potentially, right? Maybe. Oh, yeah.
And let's take a look at what we've got available, because we still have, I believe, about 20 minutes left in the round. Denny has beaten Terrasadon 2-0 that we just saw. Absolutely amazing game. Denny also winning last round as well, so we may see Yasuo moving up and potentially being on the top tables at the end of the tournament. We have Galewin's beating Irritorium 2-0. T-Simple T has beaten Silent Cami 2-0 also. Is there anybody that you would like us to drop in on, seeing as we still have quite a few tables playing? We can get a bonus game in.
Yeah, let's see. The great big wall of what everyone's playing. Let's see, who's left?
So, we have Misty XD versus Prismaticism.
Ooh.
Noah versus Fold Mather, which I've not got format that on the list here, but that's fine. Bert versus Cedro, which is another Darius versus Darius. So we've got another Darius mirror happening at the moment. So we could just go back-to-back Darius mirrors for our bonus games. Dopamine versus Asriel.
Okay.
Which is Master Yi versus Victor.
Let's go Noah to see what might be on the other end.
Sure thing. Let's head over. So, which is going to be, looking at my list, Annie versus something, which is probably going to either be a Master Yi. I think it might actually be Master Yi, so let's see. Get the direct connect code. Let's see who's playing on which table. And they're playing on Noah's table. Awesome. Okay, and we're over. Let's take a look and see what's going on.
Another Yasu? Or no, that's Yi. Sorry. I always get that background, the playmat mixed up with. Yeah, no, that is.
No, it's Master Yi versus
anyway.
Annie.
Yeah, it's Yi. But I mean, it's so curious to me to see, I think we had 3 Annies make it into this tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely seen more and more popularity. And I mean,
I think that...
I was just going to say, definitely a lot more popularity with Sold Out having such consistent results with it, really showing what it can do even into Kaiza.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, though, is, it's definitely not a straightforward deck. There is a lot of strategy and lines that you need to know to be able to play the deck efficiently. And if you don't play Annie efficiently, you are going to find yourself losing more often than not because you just cannot get over the hurdles that so many decks throw at you. And so it's so tough here. But I mean, you're seeing what Annie's able to do right now. We're going 4-0 right now against Master Yi, or 4-1 at least, because Yi's going to be taking this point. And that's also another great protection that you have is I'm sending in Yi into this battlefield. Okay, response, I'm just going to move over to the free battlefield.
Past the 15-minute mark left in the round.
Yeah, and I think Annie does have a very good matchup here into the Yi, just with everything that they're able to do, especially again with fight or flight or things of that nature. That is a lot of fun to be able to use, and you're already seeing again what kind of difference this traveling merchant is able to make. And not only that, discarding a sneaky deckhand. Really interesting choice right there, especially with an open battlefield and the runes at the ready to be able to utilize.
Annie is a really fun deck to watch. Honesty as well.
Yeah,
so many
it is.
little responses just to everything that's being played.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, not a lot of Annie decks are playing Tibbers from what I've seen.
Yeah, I think he was just maybe 1 or 2 too expensive. If he was a little bit cheaper and the power cost is high, and it's just so tough.
Yeah, I'm not a Tibbers believer at all. Not yet, at least.
Maybe we'll see something that comes up in set 2 that just makes it worth it.
Yeah. Annie ramp. Yeah, and that's the thing, though, is like Annie is just able to do so much with what she's given, which can make it really interesting as well. And it's like right now, the Yi seems to almost just be struggling with trying to get a foothold on this match. And I mean, that is just a huge homage to what, Annie is capable of doing. Master Yi, someone that has dominated this meta since the game has come out, is now almost taking a backseat and being shown. Annie, who was, almost counted out in this meta, has now been making a huge appearance as well and showing, nope, this is what I can do, and I'm taking it to the top decks.
Fury and Chaos, that's what I'm thinking of. Fury and Chaos do actually have a lot of really good cards that they got access to. It's a very good combination, which is with what we've seen, why Annie's just so good.
That's the thing, though. Annie is on the cusp of winning this game 7-2, and so it's going to be interesting. 9 cards in the discard, the runes at the ready to be able to play Vi and Ride the Wind if that is utilized. And so it'll be interesting to see how this ends up going as well. But even maybe getting that third card in hand might be helping to get those final answers needed here.
It's really trying to find it, because at the moment this Rebuke is going to return that Master Yi to hand. And at that point, it's an open field. And there it is. And there's the 8th point.
Come on. And here's the thing, too. No defies or anything either. All those cards in hand and no defy.
Oh, there was a defy.
Or was it?
Defy. Rebuke
one defy,
like 2 power costs, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Rebuke is so good.
Getting over the defy is actually so nice. It's so pricey, but it's like you just use it when you have to get over the defy, and then it just gets you everything you need. And no counterplay.
Especially
I guess you have Windwall, but who runs Windwall?
Played over Gust.
Yep. Oh, man, that was a great play right there, though, being able to get that win, taking it to Master Yi. And I do also think a big issue here in this case is that Yi hasn't necessarily had to play test against a lot of Annies, And so it's like, okay, cool. I know my matchup for Kaisa. I know my matchup for Darius or, whatever else it might be. But how many games has this competitor probably played against Annie? I would go to even say, probably maybe one, if that, but I would say probably none.
Yeah, it's been rare previously. We kind of saw a lot of, looking at meta breakdowns, it generally tends to be you've got Kaisa, and you're probably going to be playing against Kaisa, and you want to prepare for Kaisa. And then all of a sudden, you may get the rogue decks at the start, which is where you see a lot of people just playing a one of. And you may already have your answers for that, which is why the meta is set out the way that it is. But then you start getting some rising power, like Annie decks, that are really showing what it can do. And it will be played against more and more. People will figure out how to answer against it. And it's just going to be really fun to see people setting up sideboards to be able to finally think about Annie.
Yeah, and by the time they probably figure that out, though, we're going to be going into the second set, and the whole meta is going to be flipped and turned upside down, and all of that work will be in vain. And so it'll be interesting to see how that all comes together, though. But, man, we've had some great matches this tournament so far, and some really exciting gameplay.
It has been super fun. Really enjoyed seeing that Darius mirror, to be honest with you. It was quite fun just to watch. I enjoy Darius just in general. I'm just a big fan of watching those games. Okay. Yeah,
and it's definitely curious to see what this, what we're going to continue to see as these rounds go. There's a lot of game left to be played. to see who's going to be taking that top spot undefeated at the end of this Swiss. I mean, right now it's looking really interesting. Yasuo, Annie alike are being the cards or the decks that are being at the top. And so what is round 3 potentially going to bring?
Yeah, because I mean, if we look at this meta breakdown, just one moment, let me make sure that I don't accidentally go somewhere else while I'm trying to show this. When we look at that meta breakdown, we see that Kai'Sa and then Darius slightly below. If I can get my words out, we got Kai'Sa, Darius, Teemo. We've not actually seen a Teemo so far. That would be a fun one to watch. I have to see where they're sat at the moment as well.
Did Gale bring a Teemo today, or did he bring his Yasuo today?
Let's take a look and see what we've got. We have... Oh, Kuvi didn't check in. So, Irritorum. I think we'll see if we can jump on one of their games next round, actually. And let's see how things are getting on. What's the record? The record for our Teemo player at the moment is... 1-1. So it's still doing fantastic overall.
I see.
Let's see how people are getting on. We've got 2 tables left. That's going at the moment. 1 table by the look of it, actually. We've got just Acia versus Yosera still to finish up. What we're doing on time, let's see. Oh, 5 minutes. Just about. What do you think is a champion that's underplayed?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say Ari or Set. Both of those have kind of just, they're very competitive, very good. Set struggles with consistency, where if he's unable to get his buffs going, he struggles. Ari's a little bit more played, so I guess I would also say Lee Sin then, as my 2 options. So
yeah,
I would say maybe Yasuo after what we're seeing here.
Yeah, so
some more of these out
great.
there.
One of my favorite games that I've ever watched was the Volibear versus Lee Sin, and it was Lee Sin buff, make a huge wall, and then just make Lee Sin massive. It was really, really fun to watch. So it'd be awesome if we could see something like that again. Matt would be very happy that you said Set. We have on the Matagas Plays YouTube channel a guide on how to play Set. Matt talks non-stop about Set. So yeah, we definitely want to see more Set players going through.
yeah, and that was really the surprising thing for me, was when we were seeing the regionals at China. I had no idea why everyone was bringing Victor when it had less than 2% day 2s. And yet Set, Darius, Yasuo, anything else probably would have had a better day 2 than what Victor brought. But everyone, like, Victor was the 3rd most brought deck in most of the regionals, and it's like, what are you thinking? But it is what it is, and it might have just been easiness to build and compete with. With how hard it might have been to collect.
Yeah, because we saw early too that Set was the one deck that was doing pretty good into Kai'Sa. Was there the tech in Kai'Sa is now that is completely destroyed the sets, or why did they stop getting played? Was it just bad into everything else?
Yeah, I feel like it was just bad into well, I mean, yeah, because you were running into Kai'Sa so much, and so that was really big on just shutting you down. Darius also just really shut anything. Yeah, it's just such a hard deck to contend against. Or to contend with, I mean, just because your matchups just aren't necessarily favorable with the cards that you have access to.
Coming up on time on the round in a couple of minutes. We've got one table that's still playing, so hopefully we will be heading over very, very soon. So if you're just tuning in, we're just at the end of round 2 of the Bandle Blitz. If you'd like to come and play in the Bandle Blitz every Sunday, you can go ahead and scan that QR code that's above me, or you can find the Discord join link down below. We've got a really nice community. We'll make sure that we've got no toxicity. It's one of our main rules. We're nearing 200 members as well, if we haven't already hit it. That's a good point, actually. Let's have a look and see how many members we've got. Oh, we have got 204 members, so we've hit that milestone. Thank you very much, everybody that has joined so far and is keeping us active every single day. And you've also brought us to an affiliate as well, which is, again, absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for your support. And for those that are subscribed as well, you are keeping the stream dream alive. I can see that Galewins is... I'm currently playing on Tabletop Simulator, which we are a TCGA tournament, so that's, I'd rather that we were playing on TCGA, but I can see that Galwins has just said, don't tell them I'm on Teemo, I don't want to play on TCGA. It's not that bad a platform. Really, it's fine. But yeah, we do use TCGA just to make sure that it's accessible to everybody, because you have to buy TTS. Or Tabletop Simulator. But Pixelborn may be fixing that issue for us. But we will be producing a video. I think that it's going to be probably filmed over the week, so that we'll have a guide on how to use TCGA. That's Matargus plays.
Yeah, and I think that's sometimes is the hard part is when you already know a program in particular, all the hotkeys and everything to get things going, to then try to switch over to something completely different can be a little bit of an uphill battle in that case. And, something that's kind of a turnoff. I totally get it. But, to each their own, unfortunately.
Yeah. Just playing against yourself on TTS. I see Gale wins. Thanks for jumping in the chat. But no, if you could play on TCGA, especially in later rounds, because you've got a very good record right now, we would like to be able to give you a feature.
If you do it, Gale, I'll subscribe to you on YouTube, I promise.
That sounds like a good deal there.
I'm already subscribed to him on YouTube, unfortunately. I will unsub and you will be one down.
Okay, that's time on the round. Let's see. Tarasadon in the chat leaving us with a cliffhanger of just saying, by the way.
Huh.
I have the eternal curse that every time I'm on a streamed match here, I lose, but only in Bandle. Well, I'm sorry. The curse is active. There's not much that I can do about it. It was brought on by a witch who I wronged. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Gosh. Okay, they're playing the last few turns. I don't want to jump in just at the end of that one. But we will be starting round 3 very soon. In chat, give us... let us know what your favourite legend is so far, and what it is that you're looking forward to. Or just ask any questions that you've got so far about what our favourites may have been, or anything in general. We're here to interact as well.
I'll go first on that question on the favorite one. I love me some Volibear. I think that red Volibear alt art has got to be the best in the entire game. I love it. I want it to be good. Oh, I'm trying my best to make it work, but it's just not consistent enough, man. I wanted it to work so bad. I love all the arts in the Volley deck.
Gosh, yeah, I'm just looking it up now. That is a very nice art. Wow. Yeah, it's what I've seen of Volibear has been really fun, but the only time that I've ever seen it, it's been losing. So it's been difficult to really
Yeah.
form a great opinion about them. All the cards look fantastic, and it looks pretty,
Yeah.
but it's the same
The
as
Aurora is nice in it because you get to play the smaller 5 might units because they can give you ramp as well. So it's not just a dead hit on your Aurora. And that helps you with some of the smaller or faster decks. But it's just like you don't get there again.
I'm trying to think if there's any that I haven't really seen so far. Because we know that Garen doesn't see play, but that's for a very specific reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, imagine having one of your first champions that you created for the game and not be great when you transport that over to a card game.
All right. Yeah, and Doctor, what are you looking? Are you going to be playing this game in person? And if so, what are you looking to build as your first deck?
I definitely will be playing in person. I got tickets to Houston and Orlando already, so that's fun.
Not Vegas?
I have a ticket for Vegas, actually. I cannot afford a hotel and the plane ticket, so I'm just going to have to live out on that because Houston have to go to because it's Riot.
Yeah.
Orlando, I have family that lives in Orlando, so it's a free hotel. And then the Vegas one, I'm going to Vegas the end of this month. I'm actually going to Vegas October 31st. I'm missing my release day events here.
Ooh.
To go to Vegas. I'm going to be watching the Dementia 20 Starstruck D&D
cool.
campaign
Lovely.
live, so that's really fun. But we'll miss the release day. But I don't think I can afford 2 Vegas trips in 1 month. That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, that is. That definitely is.
Matt is trying to convince me to head over to the US for some of those events. I'm just like, I cannot afford to jump on a plane just to play one event. Unfortunately, it's not quite like it used to be, where we would be jet setting around Europe just so that we can do events. But
yeah,
very different.
it's tough. It's like, dang, why does money have to be so scarce?
Yeah. In this economy?
Money is
Card
fake. You know,
games?
just like, yeah, no, money's fake. It's okay. Just do it.
Yeah. So, yeah, because unfortunately, I was in a work meeting right when Houston went on sale, which is sad because my brother lives in Houston and I could have stayed with him. And so I was like, dang it, it's so close. But I am going to Vegas at least, and it'll be fun because I'll be able to meet up with Turn 'em Sideways and do some stuff, and then just compete in a tournament all day and see how I do. But that's the thing. I need to start getting off of these castings and start actually entering these tournaments so that I can play. Because I was, even yesterday, Runes and Rift, I was casting and it wasn't playing in and stuff. And I was like, dang it, I'm going to be so rusty when this game finally releases.
Yeah, that is the curse of casting I've found. when you're playing, you don't get to play at events, but you get to work at events, and it just kind of makes it a little bit difficult to keep up with the meta. It was kind of a curse when I was doing the whole stuff with Yu-Gi-Oh! Was that I would have to go to these events and talk about the current meta, but because I was working on Yu-Gi-Oh! I never really got a chance to play. So we'd get there and it just kind of like go up to some players that I knew of, like the top players, and just go, please just run down with me how all of these decks work so I can at least sound like I know what's happening. And I'd get a cheat sheet and I'd just have it in front of me the entire time. And God bless one deck formats, because you'd just be like, oh, this is going to be really easy. I've just got like a bullet point list of knowing what it is that I need to be able to say.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. Well, especially just with how complicated the cards are. They do a very specific thing, and everyone doesn't know what that specific thing is, and you're just going to go. You know, it's like I play this card to play this card to play this card. So it's
And
Tough.
especially with a game like Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like everybody's just playing so fast, and they're playing like a 30-step combo that you're just not following whatsoever. Just
Oh
looking at
my
the
gosh,
casters
yeah.
like, yeah, they
Well,
look like
and
they know what's happening.
every card has a wall of text.
Yeah.
And it's for this one thing that's going to happen in a blink of an eye. It's a wall of text to understand, and that was one of the
Yeah.
hardest parts about learning Yu-Gi-Oh too. It's like, I just read this card, I still don't know what it does, but then you watch gameplay and you just see it fly by with no idea what it still does.
And it looks like we're going into round 3, so I'm going to very quickly ask Tristana to tell us what round it is.
Up, 2, 3, 4.
There it is. It's round 3. So let's get everybody seated and see what games we can pick from. So we've got a few different games that would be really interesting to go into. We've got Silent versus Dopamine. What are they playing? Let's just see. They are playing... Oh, Jinx versus Victor. That would be a fun game to watch, actually, I think.
Interesting. What's their record so far?
Let's have a look. So, we've got... it's a little bit further down. Both of them are on win-losses, but we have seen everybody else pretty much that we've gone in. Although Cedro versus Yosara would also be interesting. What are they playing? Darius and Lux. So we could go back to the Lux player, see how they fare against Darius.
Hey, well, roll the die in. Yeah, I'm happy to go wherever the wind takes us. Just gonna ride the wind on this.
Let's see. Although we could just go table 1 with Noah versus Denny. I've seen both of them playing, but it would be an interesting match, actually, thinking about what they're playing. Yeah, let's go for that. Let's see who is going to be hosting. Probably going to be Noah. Here we go, yes. Annie versus Yasuo. Let's do that. That sounds fun. This is our current table 1. Let's head over to the table. Oh, we'll tell everybody to start.
Alrighty. How we doing? The Annie Yasuo. I wonder if this Yasuo deck can survive it like as fast as the Annie. It would be nice to see.
Starting off with a back alley bar on a Zorn Warrens. Nice to see some custom game mats on TCGA as well. So going straight with
I
a
think the
Master
Halo
Foresight.
World Championships are going on right now.
Are they? Nice. Oh, and straight in a sneaky deckhand to get that point in early. Apologies for the stream that just heard a bunch of stuff fall over. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. There is no fire. But if you do hear a fire extinguisher, don't Don't be surprised. Interesting opening to just be sitting on a mask of Foresight.
Does look to be the most unfortunate draws this Yasuo's had since we started watching. Could be just a whole bunch of spells in there.
Yeah, it does seem that way. We've got a stalwart Paro dropping down. And then straight in. Challenging alone, it's getting that +1 might. And ride the wind. Dropping the sneaky deckhand. Where are they going to take it? And yeah, there's the gust.
Is that useful? Unless you can, I mean, I guess you're deramping to the 3 mana, but if you can't take the other battlefield, he just plays it straight on out.
Does seem that way, yeah. It's interesting. Because you were going to take the point anyway.
Yeah, like we saw, just right back out, passes his turn, gets 2 runes back up 2 for the any ability. So really just one mana lost by that Gus.
Moving that traveling merchant, getting some more card draw. Tactic that we saw a lot in the last game that we watched of Denny. See if they can match or beat that 10 cards draw.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting too. 3-2 right now with Annie, at least getting things moving. 6 runes at the ready, but I mean, at the same time, Yasuo has not played his champion just yet either. So, and again, that mask, we were able to see last round why that was such a vital thing. And here comes Voidseeker to deal 4 damage with a Defy coming in as well. A great timing to be able to use that.
Seem to always have the Defy.
Dropping the flash down and then waiting to see if there's a response. But no. The board has
I'm not
been
sure
leveled.
how worried he is about a sneaky deckhand living at this point.
Yeah.
It would take a cleave for it to get over anything.
But I mean, a cleave would still be nice. And I mean, Yasuo also is kind of struggling a little bit on the cards in hand right now. And so Fight or Flight is going to be utilized to push back that Poro. Now, of course, it's not a pouty one, so you don't have to pay the deflect cost, but still, that's going to be very helpful on getting the sneaky deckhand into the base so that you can discard and draw a card, being able to use the Zon Warrens. And then a Ride the Wind, though, to push it back in. A very interesting play. Not something we normally see because we don't normally see both sides playing Ride the Wind. That's also kind of my problem right now is when I do actually have time to sit down and play games, I want to play all these decks. And so like I see Yasuo being played right now and I'm like, oh, I really want to play test this. And it's like, no, I need to play test what I'm actually going to be playing this next week. Not these fun decks or whatnot or, things. But it's like, Yasuo is just catching my eye and it just looks like such a fun deck to use.
That's what the Bandle Blitz is for, though. Come
Yeah,
on, just have fun. Yeah, sometimes it does feel like that with games, though, that you're sat there and you know what you should be playing to be able to win, but it's not necessarily the most fun.
Yeah, well, and I got Vegas on like the 23rd of November. And so I'm just like crossing my fingers that I'm ready enough for that. And that's why I got to like hunker down, but I don't have the patience to yet.
This is the edge case of the rules here, too, right? Because he pushed Poro back. Sneaky Deckhand is attacking. And then Poro gets Ride the Wind back up during it. So does it have the shield since it's not his turn? I know they just released the other rules update. I thought it touched on this tiny bit, but I don't remember exactly what it said.
Yeah, because at that point with Riding the Wind back into base, that's an interesting combination because I think that would constitute as no, but that's the weird part because it's kind of all stacked. Yeah, that's really interesting. I would say that he would not get the shield in that case. Mainly due to moving back in. But yeah, that's a really interesting ruling or, thought process there.
Exactly. That's the way it seems like it intentionally should be, but I don't know if that's exactly letter to the law or not.
Yeah. Well, we finally got it.
Definitely the intention.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we finally got the 100-page rule book, give or take a few pages, finally uploaded as well. So that's, some of the driest reading ever, but very educational.
Exactly.
It's like reading the dictionary.
Sometimes, though, I think the dictionary would be more fun. Yeah, this is so interesting, though, because you're seeing Yasuo was first and foremost able to take down a Kai'Sa deck, and then even on top of that, after is really bringing this game to Annie incredibly well. Annie now has 0 cards in hand. I don't know if they played the one off of their stacked deck or whatnot, but still, this is interesting because Yasuo has been able to play through the hands, and Annie now is completely out of cards and unable to necessarily utilize things, even though they have 8 runes. And so this one card that they were able to get off a stack deck is going to be very decisive here. But it looks like it might just be the right thing, and it's a Kai'Sa. Interesting choice right there, especially with the Yasuo tapped out of their runes.
Ooh.
Yep, and as we see, there's no answers there.
Yeah, and that just felt like a struggle for a point, but Zon Warren's still able to draw a card because if you're able to discard a card, you can, or you do. And if regardless, you draw a card. So very interesting turn of events, able to refill the hand a little bit with no cost. So that is a very important battlefield to take over at that point.
We saw that scrap heap being discarded to draw 2 off the Traveling Merchant. Void Seeker's being answered from there, but that leaves no cards in hand, so interesting. We'll see whether we draw something off the Void Seeker that allows us to keep in play. But all that needs to happen here is just enough to be able to capture both points, and then Denny's going to take game one. There's a stack deck.
Stack deck, I got to just say, though, is such a good card.
Really
Looking
is.
at the top three, pick one, the rest go on to the bottom. I mean, it would almost make sense a little bit more if it was like, take one into your hand and discard the other two, especially for that one cost. You need to feel like there's a little bit of a penalty, but man, there's just like the penalty, I guess, is two cards that you might want get to go to the bottom, but still, this is such a great cost for the benefit you're getting.
There's the Stalwart Paro moving in to get that 8th point. And we see game one go to Denny. So, what do you even sideboard against this? It's such a interesting matchup between these two.
Yeah,
it's not necessarily one that you're going to be preparing for.
Well, and that's the thing too. And one of the biggest things with, you can still, deduct what maybe is going to be issues that you're going against with the Yasuo and be able to get ideas brewing there. And so like one of the things is going to be, Rebuke might be a really good option, but if they are following any deckless ideas, what's the mirror one? I'm trying to think of the picture of a mirror. It is Fading Memories.
Yeah.
Where give a unit at a battlefield or a gear temporary. That can be something to really shut down the Yasuo to where it just goes the way of the earth. It's at 4 cost, so it can't be defied. Or it defies up to 4 or 3?
It's up to 4.
Oh, yeah, so it could still be defied in that case. But I would say probably the two things would be Rebuke and Fading Memories, just to try to get things moving there.
A very quick win for a game one there as well for Yasuo. Still 35 minutes left in the round.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You're going against two decks that just really get to the point. So that's the nice part. You're going to be playing out, your Yasuos and being able to go into battlefields. Annie's going to be able to move around and get shenanigans. Sneaky deckhand's already able to score a point. You're playing a battlefield to even get things going faster on top of that. It's like, gosh, I mean, this is just all around looking like it is even going to be a faster game 2 potentially.
Now that you mentioned it, this sneaky deckhand has been here every time.
Well, and then Kaisa as well with this being able to capitalize, going up to 4 already and drawing another card. I mean, gosh, this is so fast, and this is almost what is ideal because it felt like the Annie kind of missed out a little bit last game.
Yeah, we're really finally getting to see what Annie can do in this match. Yasuo is just falling a little bit short. I mean, at this point, in the last game, though, saying that they did only have the mask out at the time. And then we're able to build from that to where we saw them win. So, let's just see where they get to. Discipline coming down to get a card draw and also bring up that Wielder of Water just enough. And a Flash is going to move that Kaisa back and protect it. Going to be gaining a point, and it's also leaving the arena's greatest battlefield open to be able to gain another point and bring it up to 3. There are situations where potentially you don't want to bring it up to 3 because, even's usually the best place to be in this game. Just because it makes it a little bit easier to tip over a later game. But we're seeing that Traveling Merchant traveling a little bit more to get more card draw as it does. And there's the Scrap Heap. It's just that absolutely fantastic combo. It's just going to keep bringing more and more cards into hand.
Well, and that's the interesting part because you're able to see now we have 2 games of information, or 2 matches, I mean, of information here. And it's so interesting because Scrap Heap is almost making your deck 37 cards.
Yeah.
And that can be such a game changer. I mean, we saw Pot Agreed. That's why it got banned in Yu-Gi-Oh! Was because it was basically you got such a plus up on that because of a card. And I mean, you're seeing it now with Yasuo being able to capitalize it on generally the same stance.
And there is still quite a hefty cost to be able to get this combo going that they had with movement of just using Yasuo, having to pay 2 runes every time that they're doing it, just to be able to gain. But it is essentially, again, 2 runes, 3 runes just for 2 card draw as well, which isn't too bad of an exchange. Seeing here that there's another stacked deck going, digging and digging over on Noah's side, trying to find anything that they need to be able to fight against what could be coming up against this Yasuo. 5 cards still sat in hand, and just all of the advantage that they could have.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. I mean, you're looking at the board difference, pretty much everything to nothing at this point. 8 runes in hand, though, so the Yasuo can still make a good statement, but looks like we're not going to be going that route. Still going to be diving into trying to get some Ride the Winds going here to clear up the battlefields. This is going to be a great response, but still 2 runes at the ready here for Annie. And the Vayne not necessarily going to be able to get the ability off, but still Flash coming in absolute clutch. Now, still going to be able to get the double conquer off of this. I mean, such a powerful card here, but still the clapback that can come from Annie here can be devastating.
Yeah, sat there with no kind of resource to be able to do it in the clear field. We're seeing that Noah takes game 2.
And that was 5 minutes?
Yeah, that was 4 minutes. That entire game, really, really fast-paced gameplay that we're seeing here. 2 really good decks that can just ramp and play as much cards as possible immediately. Drawing a fourth of your deck using Yasuo within the first 3 or 4 turns is ridiculous.
It just doesn't make sense. How does it get away with it?
Ah, man, things that keep my therapist hired. So she's just like, I can help with mental stuff, but what are you talking about with this Riftbound game? But no, this will be a very big deciding factor in game 3. It's going to be fun to see what's going to be happening. That's the thing, though. If Annie can get the correct combination of cards, and I mean, Annie is a very wide open deck in a lot of ways, but if you don't have the correct answers, especially to maintain your hand, Annie can really struggle here. And so that's the thing. Mulligans for Annie can be so important because if you don't get that initial get-go and are able to maintain a lot of stuff, then you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble come mid to late game. And that's what we, I believe, saw in game 1.
We're seeing a double Dreaming Tree there as well. Great for both of them. A lot of retreat cards that they're going to be using. It's just going to get them more and more resource. And we're seeing a very, very similar to game 1, although we're hard playing the Scrap Heap. And then passing.
Finally not a merchant. Oh my goodness.
Poro is pouty. And it's a threat.
But I mean, still also probably more of a threat is going to be the 5 runes readied by Annie here.
Yeah, that is huge.
And it's like, even if you do send something in, well, I'm going to just go ahead and blow it up because Annie does what Annie does, and she loves the fire.
Moving that Traveling Merchant up. Getting that card draw. And because of the mask, we're getting +1. Ride the Wind is going to move that sneaky deckhand. Or potentially move the Pouty Paro in. Now, move the sneaky deckhand.
Yeah, and that's going to be such a great combo. And it's so crazy because even though you know your opponent has Ride the Wind, it is so hard to prepare for. And it's like you're pretty much just giving your, it's like, how is Yasuo going to prepare for that outside of having a Defy? And that's going to be the hard part, because it's like, yeah, you have one unit, you attack in, and they get a point anyway, and then they get a point for holding. And it's like, oh man, this is why Annie can just be such a devastating deck. And here we go with Vayne coming in and taking back the other battlefield that they gave away with a red win.
Ride the wind. Getting that draw from the Dream Tree. And also moving your Travelling Merchant to be able to draw and discard another. And if we've got a Scrap Heap, then it's winner-winner.
But again, this is going to be a little bit scary too, because a tapped out Yasuo is not something you generally want to give your opponent, especially when that opponent is an Annie on the following turn. So, man, this is going to be interesting to see what's happening.
There's a Gust. Bring that sneaky deckhand back into hand.
Well, yeah, that's going to be good too, because you're going to be able to immediately utilize that going into the other side as well. That battlefield is wide open. I mean, gosh. I mean, everything just seems to be in Annie's hand, and 6 cards in hand as well. And a tapped out Yasuo. So the field is wide open and Annie can just run rampant.
Dreaming Tree definitely good for both of these players here. I can see why they were holding it back for game 3, because they just didn't want to give their opponent that advantage. And now all of the advantage seems to be in both players' hands to be able to just keep drawing their entire deck.
Well, and that's what really caught my attention here into this game initially too, was the battlefields. It can be such a gift or such a detriment depending on what you pick and when you decide to use it. And you're seeing here double Dreaming Tree in game 3 and how these players are able to capitalize it. And you got to be careful, because sometimes your matchup just immediately gives your opponent so much more value. And it's like, gosh, man, that is tough to come back from sometimes. Yasuo's out on the field with 2 floating runes. Is the legend ability going to be used here?
No, green is a funny sight with 6 runes out. I know he's been recycling for the Yasuo and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's so funny to see.
Oh, wow. RTF COD was going to play today, but the wife is just in labor. So congratulations.
I'm just hearing excuses from RTF. I need to start seeing results. And
I don't want to witness the birth of my child who got Riftbound to play.
I don't see my kid paying the bills. Riftbound pays the bills. No, congrats to you, RTF. He's in the league that I run as well, and we've played a lot of games together. Awesome guy. So definitely wish your wife the best on all of that.
How about that?
So, gosh, I mean, this game it feels like it has been going a lot slower, but there's still been so much happening. Annie has had almost pretty much the god hand here. I mean, able to find all the answers that they need to be able to take these battlefields, get things moving. And then on top of that, still is able to maintain such a big hand size. That is what is so scary. And here we go with a Kaisa coming in. Now, I mean, at the same time, this is going to be interesting to see what kind of responses Yasuo has, especially with how he might be rune locked. Discipline, though, great answer.
There's a Gust.
is that gonna apply though here in this case? Because it's up to 3 might. And so yeah, it looks like okay with the discipline. Yeah, I did the math. It's the weekend. It's good. If this was a Tuesday tournament, it'd be different. I could do the math more quickly. But yes.
Yes, being in work mode instead of weekend mode.
Yep. I mean, I got to say, though, this has been a fun matchup to be able to see. But man, this has been, this has been Annie's game for game 3. I mean, this is so interesting to be able to see.
That damage
6
coming
damage.
in early on Kaiser.
Gosh, it's like that Chinese Spanish teacher from community saying, I'll allow it. Like, well, 6 damage is coming anyway, dude. Like, oh man, but it's like, what even responses can you have to Yasuo? This is why it's so dangerous trying to counter this unless you have the removal. And here comes Ride the Wind again to be able to move over to the other battlefield, dealing 6 damage again to the Poro.
That would be 7, wouldn't it?
You have to pay deflect for that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's got the
and you would have to pay the deflect. Yeah.
You can also deny that now, right? With the new updated rules that you can deny and just not do it and do the combat damage at the end.
That's true.
Oh.
But something's
and there's
coming.
Their own Ride the Wind.
Oh,
Should've paid the
no.
deflect.
Well, there's still a lot of room, so he could ride the wind back over to the other battlefield as well if he has that in hand. So that would be...
That would be great. That would be a meme of a turn.
Yeah, seriously. There was one game where I was going against Mage Armor.
Oh, there it is.
Yep,
Yeah,
we
that's
played
Defy.
3 defies on each other. I had 3 defies in hand. He had 3 defies in hand, and we kept defying each other. And we had a really good laugh after that.
That sounds like a grand old time.
It's some of the funniest interactions you can have in a card game that make it special.
There's no shortage of that.
It's one of the
Well, and
reasons
that's
why when I'm playing games, I'm playing meme decks, because I may not be winning, but I'm going to have a good time.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, too, when you do get that win, with the deck that you were just going to have fun with, I mean, it just feels so good. And you're like, okay, cool. Like, that made it worth it. I had fun, but I also locked out a win. I didn't go 0-4. Yes, okay, cool. But meme decks are so fun, especially just like, especially when you bring them to bigger tournaments and whatnot. And just see people's reactions, especially because you can almost get an upper hand with people who don't necessarily know what to expect, which is why Yasuo might just be such a good outlier to bring in these situations. Not necessarily saying Yasuo's rogue. I mean, he might be, but it's just interesting to see. All right. Thank you. Nearly not quite for subbing to this channel. Thank you so much.
Yes, totally not. Totally not me. Just dropping my Twitch Prime once a year so I can use the emotes that I drew. I wish that was a thing, because you can get artist attribution on Twitch now, but it would be great
cool.
if you could actually just use the emotes that you drew.
Yeah, exactly. Like just kind of the perk of giving them to your art or to the streamer. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, you have everything else of Matt's Twitch at this point.
Oh, we actually have a hype
Yeah.
train. Thank you very much, RTF COD, for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. We have a bunch of new emotes, and you can watch us ad-free. So please consider, if you do have a Prime available, just dropping it on our stream. It goes to support us for doing what we do.
Yep. And so, I mean, this is going to be interesting how this goes and what ends up being played here as this game comes to a close. We're in game 3. Also, thank you so much, Silent Knight, subscribing at tier 1.
Thank you so
Your
much. I
contribution
think
is
that
very
brings
much appreciated.
Our hype train to a level 2 hype train on pretty much our first stream being an affiliate.
So, I mean, great news right there. And that can really help get the word out there so much more as well, getting affiliate. So we'll see what ends up happening.
I will also say, anybody sees anything particularly fun or funny that either we're saying or that's happening on screen, if they want to clip, that is also a good option. Brings us straight through the algorithm.
Yeah, that's true. That does really help. And so, I mean, here we go, though. We are still in the grind of this match. Yasuo trying to get those final points, was able to stop Annie from getting the 8th point. That was such an interesting play. And so it'll be fun to see what ends up happening here, because it could very well be anyone's game. Yasuo is moving into the battlefield, and we'll see what is happening next. But 5 cards in hand for Annie, 8 runes when they start their turn, and that could be a very big deciding factor. But we do see a Darius in the discard, and that could have been one of the big aids in trying to get this win. Oh, we hit 100%.
Hype.
Hype train.
And, on our follow emotes, if you want to, you can also just spam a picture of Matt's face.
The gift that keeps on giving.
We're on 7-7 at the moment, which is a really fun place to be, because it could really go either way at this point, I feel.
Well, and that's the thing, especially with the hidden card out, if that happens to be a Ride the Wind, that could potentially end the game. And so you got to be so careful. You're hoping almost for, a falling star, something along those lines, but a falling star wouldn't even necessarily be completely it. So it's going to be interesting to see. The Poro is going to be going in. That is going to be drawing an extra card. And that could be the final piece needed on getting this answer going. But still, we haven't even seen a Vi Ride the Wind yet either. But if there's a Vi in hand, you can use Annie to go ahead and fish out the Ride the Wind that you used earlier in the game. But that's going to be 6 cards to then use, which would make Vi at 9. And still, with Ride the Wind... No, if you did that would work still, because if a Ride the Wind came out of Yasuo, it would just push it back to base, but Vi would still be ready. So interesting. Oh, and a Gust will deny the Poro from giving Annie a card.
Annie is not okay.
Did lose track. What is the match set between the Annie and the Yasuo right now?
It's 1-1. So we're at 1-1, 7-7. It's literally 1 point away from either player winning. Now, I've got some results coming in. We've got Cedro as 2-0 against Yosera. T-Simple T, 2-0 against Mystic. Dopamine has 2-0 against Silent. Azrael 126 is 2-0 against Full Mather. So we still have a few people playing. Gerwin's playing Prismaticism at the moment on table 2. So we should be able to see pretty much whoever's won that one in our next game. We see Vi coming
That's gonna be an interesting one too. Kaisa versus Darius right there. And gonna be fun to see if Terrasadon is gonna be able to pull it off. But considering that we're not casting his match, he should be able to.
The curse of the caster.
So, I mean, but this 7-7, we do have the Vi that is able to come in. So, I mean, again, though, this Ride the Wind is going to be a very big deciding factor. Going to go in here to get the point and be readied. The hard part is, though...
It's an 11 to go up against.
Yeah. And you still have that hidden card. You still have 4 runes at the ready, which can be a very helpful tool for you to be able to utilize. But still, this is interesting.
And to the people who are watching, this literally could go either way. If you want to join in these tournaments, oh, there's a fight or flight. You can just scan that QR code above my head or click the Discord link down below. Do we have a deny? Or by deny, I don't mean a literal deny, but something that's going to stop it. No, we don't.
Yeah, and that's so interesting because, yeah, it's still stopping the game, but Vi is still going to be readied here as well. And it looks like both are going to be going in. Vayne at least into one, but again, if it's a Ride the Wind that Yasuo has in his base, that's it. And at this point, you're forcing the hand of the Annie player. And it is... Oh, no. I almost felt like we almost should have just sent, Oh, that's just tough. I almost wanted to send Vi in with Ride the Wind into Yasuo's field first. That way, if he had Ride the Wind as the hidden card, I would go back to base, but still be readied because of my Ride the Wind. But tough situation. Great win, though.
Gosh. Right, so who's conceding here?
It looks like the Annie player just wasn't able to go ahead and get that final 8th point, so Yasuo should win off of the hold.
That was a good match.
Yeah, no kidding.
So let's take a look. We've got 9 minutes left on the round. How many people have we got still playing? We have 2 tables that are still going on, which is Terrasadon. And I don't know whether we head over there just so that Terrasadon loses, but I don't want to be that jinx that keeps jumping in just at the last minute, just clutching defeat from the jaws of victory.
So don't blame me as the Bandle Blitz host. Blame Matt because he wants to play set. I mean, I really think that's the curse that is causing you to live, not us walking in here on stream. So, but yeah, that's going to be the hard part. And so right now, though, he is running an ad on his Twitch channel. So I don't see what he's actually doing right now, unfortunately.
Who's running an ad?
Oh, Terrastodon's stream on Twitch is running an ad right now, so I can't see where they're actually at.
That's fair. There is just... Is that 10 minutes? Probably just look here, that'll be easier. Yeah, there's 8 minutes left on the round, so hopefully people will be just drawing to a close as it is. I do actually want to just pop over to ACN Irritorum's table. Let's see what they're doing, because we haven't had a chance to see what their games have been like.
Yeah, so and it looks like right now while we do that, Terastrodon going against Bert, who played Darius that we saw earlier in the tournament. It is currently 6-6 right now, and so really back and forth. But the baited hook is out on the field, but also so is Kaisa. So this is going to be interesting to see how it all continues to play out, and if Terastrodon will be able to get this win.
And if we jump over here, actually just to Irritorum and ACA's game, it's actually a Set versus Teemo. They're currently at 3-7. It looks like we are seeing a very big gameplay and a broken image link for the game, Matt. It does look like they've got an interesting game going on as well. So you say Terastrodon is on their last game as well? Let's go and take a look, because it looks like they have just finished up on their side. And Terastrodon is there. It looks like I can't get into Terastrodon's table because the server is full. But we're coming up to 5 minutes left on the round. And it's just Terastrodon's table that's remaining. I sounded like you said you had Terastrodon's table up there. Let's take a look.
Trying to sneak in without bringing the curse to him.
Yeah, it does actually look like they have blocked us from joining the table. So I'm just actually jumping onto the stream just to see what we can get out of there.
Yeah, Terastrodon has just scored his 7th point here. So, I mean, this is going to be a big turn for Bert, trying to go ahead and have to clear both battlefields. Otherwise, Terastrodon will win this match. And we'll see what happens. See if that's anything.
Be Terastrodon just jumping into our chat, just like, ah!
Never mind this man behind the screen. He joins the chat and just sees us zooming in on his Twitch. He's like, son of a... Of course they top decked.
I've got a judge call. If you're just trying to join, I fix it to 4 did notice it too. So yeah, they fixed it so that we can jump onto the actual table. So let's do that now. Oh, it looks like they've just finished actually.
Nice.
Awesome.
Oh, and there goes Silent.
There goes Silent.
He ran away. That's okay.
Yeah, no worries. It does look like Silent is going to be joining us for the last couple of rounds. They are just dealing with something personal, but that's no worries whatsoever. Thank you very much if you're listening still, Silent Night, for joining us. It was an absolute blast to have you on. Let's just put that there. And let's have a look at what tables we've got remaining. Okay, round 4 has been paired. Let's just send that into the chat. Get people
team.
sorted. And
We got Denny and Prismat are the only two still undefeated.
Yeah, I think we're gonna bring them on.
So do we still do a round 5 then, or is it just 4 rounds?
It's still 5 rounds.
Okay, so in theory the winner could be 4-1.
Potentially. Yeah, because we've started with 18 people, which would be 5 rounds. I think it's anything over 12, you play 5 rounds. Or something like that.
Sure.
Okay, let's just check what the codes are. And we're going to go and have a look at Prismaticism versus Denny as they get ready. First, we're going to have Tristan tell us what round it is.
Yep. That tasted purple.
That's right, we're on round 4, so gonna grab the direct connect code and we'll head straight over as soon as game has started. I can't join other games. They've joined. It's just bugged out on my end. That's fine. Let's get it up and ready. Reset the round timer and set myself to spectator. So it looks like we're going to be Yasuo versus Misfortune. Potentially, if they've loaded the right deck. Let's see. Okay, let's tell everybody to start.
Yes, I think I heard some intel that he was running a non-Aurora MF today. Just more aggro and movement based around first mate sand, that orange Misfortune to ready his smaller units getting in and out, kind of how Annie does with the flashes.
That sounds fun.
I know. It makes me feel dumb though, because I tried making like a smaller MF work for a while, and I never got anywhere close. And to see him doing so well, it's like, I see. I couldn't see the truth.
I think they're just deciding who's going first. I'm seeing a Dreaming Tree versus Zone Warrens. But yeah, it definitely sounds interesting how Prismat's playing it.
Yeah, this is now our 3rd time watching this Yasuo, so we got a pretty good idea of his game plan.
Spectator yoinked the turn. How does a spectator even yoink the turn? Did that fix it? I think that fixed it. Maybe. If not, I may have to just quickly leave and join again. And I'm just going to do that just to make sure I haven't messed up there.
Yeah, look at they're going now.
Yeah,
maybe they're just playing it.
I think they may just be playing it. let me just I'll very quickly just leave the game and rejoin just to make sure that I don't mess them up. I should have been joining as spectator.
Wonder if you leaving made it work. Oh
no, it's still not taking me directly to. Did it yoink the turn again? I hope it didn't. End player turn and become active player. Did it yoink again? I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on.
I think they're good enough players to just do it by themselves. Plus, I mean, when we're in person, we're going to have to be doing it all ourselves anyways.
I guess. Oh, saying it's so good. I don't know what's going on. Oh, they're playing cards anyway. They figured it. Yeah, TCG Arena is not without its bugs, unfortunately. And we're seeing discard a scrap heap with Zorn Warrens to draw extra cards instead of losing a card.
Yeah, so Packer Club just playing out raw, get a unit out on the board means his hand's got to be kind of bad, I would assume. No 2-drops, no first mate. I mean, I guess you would want to keep first mate over a Packer Club. But losing that hidden ability, I guess also against a Yasuo, you're not as worried about that. Because you don't have Kai'Sa raining down spells on you, so you don't need to hide it as much.
Yeah.
But giving the deck information away that you're playing a Packet Cub lets him know instantly that it's not Aurora. Might change the game plan.
Yeah. And there's a Gust.
Oh, that's so good.
But at the same time, it could be a bait, because there's still 5 runes out there, and a handful of cards. And there's Traveling Merchant.
And it's coming right back out.
Yeah.
Oh, first mate. Nice.
Yeah, first mate.
Nice.
And then getting the draw.
Goodbye, Mystic Poro. Definitely one of the weaker Poros in my humblest opinion.
That's why I'm not
the
really
vision is nice,
played.
but yeah, exactly. I feel like that's what also kind of makes MF such a weaker, or at least when I was trying it, such a weaker, smaller deck, is that all the other Poros are really good. You have that one, and then Orange doesn't have a Poro. So your 2-drops are a lot more limited to what you can, what you have access to.
But you still get access to things like Traveling Merchant, which has just got so much value. Playing a hidden card from hand is probably that Packer Cub that got returned. Being able to play it to the battlefield immediately. Getting the whole point.
Discipline just gets so big so quickly. I do like to see that World of Water is getting played here with some success, because I did like it a lot, and then everyone kind of decided it was bait for a while because just that +2, 3, 4 might's not that crazy. It dies to all spells anyways in the meta. But it's nice to see with the mask it gets up, but it has that problem of having to wait until it's an attacker or a defender.
Yeah. Interesting. What would you play over it?
I need to see his list on here because I guess that is the rub. Is that? Let me go. I'm gonna go look at the cards real quick. 3 mana most green and purple. Maybe Sunlit Guardian. It's kind of the same thing. Just you are -1 when you attack, but having tank so you can keep a Poro alive. Solari Shield Bearer, you stun a unit, but he doesn't play into his game plan that well.
Primal Strength and a Defy.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else I would play over it. Maybe just Tide Turner. I'm not sure if he has any Tide Turners in his deck.
Pit Rocky coming down, getting buff. On to the first mate. We're already up to 5-1. Not much over on Prismaticism's side. May just be the curse of the stream, though.
Yeah, this is my first day watching Denis. I don't know if I've seen them play before, but I love what they're doing here with their decks.
Yeah, we had them previously, and we've seen them a couple of times on Feature Match, but they really bring it every time. I'm not quite sure what they were playing last time. Well, I don't think it was this Yasuo. Okay, let's see if Prismat has anything to be able to bring this back. And it's interesting because we've not massively really watched Kai'Sa this tournament, and it doesn't seem to be hitting the top tables very much.
Yeah, I think Terra's got 1 loss, but like this, I forget what he lost to early when we were watching, but it's just unfortunate.
But it's good to see a diverse meta. It's a sign of a healthy card game. But we'll see how they're going to handle kind of a year to 2 years down the line. Is there going to be a rotation? Is it going to be that they put together a limited card list? They do a rotation and reprint cards and allow you to use old copies of it. I could see that being okay. But at the same time, if they're going to do that, they need to be announcing it in advance.
Yeah, like they did about the rotation 2028.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did they announce it already?
Yeah, at the very start there were like 2028 is when the rotation will be happening for standard.
Oh, good.
So we have Kai'Sa for at most 2 years.
Yeah.
And then instantly we'll reprint Kai'Sa and we'll all cry again.
No, it's good. I think that it's going to be healthy. It just really depends what we get next set, because we might see it just creep.
But it is interesting because it's is it 3 or 4 sets a year? I can't remember, but it's either 3 or 4. Which means I've got 2026.
If we're going by regular card games, it's 1 a quarter. So you get 4 sets a year. And then something kind of a minor add-on package, whether that be like a structure deck or something similar, is generally what
exactly. So it's like we already have diversity enough right now with 1 set.
Yeah.
And then by the time 2028 comes around, there's going to be 9 sets in rotation.
Yeah.
With this one and 4 and 4, which is just disgusting to think about. Ooh, a lot of cards. 7 mana, gain a retap of mana on that. I wonder if he does have Deadbloom for the top end or not. But sneaking out a Deadbloom a turn early would be pretty cool. But with a discipline, he will have to react to this, or else it is okay. He
scoops. That's that game was not going well and hadn't been from the start, so I could definitely see why you would. If there's going to be a sideboard here, what do you even sideboard in this situation? Because although we know that Prismat is playing a very different version of the deck that we're used to, do you think there's anything?
If he has Dead Blooms, I feel like you have to do Dead Bloom because Yasuo would take 2 masks or a pump to get over it. Mm-hmm. But again, like we saw there, by the time he was on 8 runes, the game is over.
Yeah.
Gus for sure if he isn't just mainboarding that. But yeah, here's the Rain's Grace. Let's make this go fast. This Obelisk of Power game 2 every time because he keeps on winning. So he gets it on his turn 2 game here in game 2. We got Pocket Club coming back out. All right. So I would hope a merchant for Prismat's sake. Good. Mask. Nice. A lot we like to see. Pretty generic turn 1s here from the 2. Not having a 2-drop to go with the mask feels a little bit bad having your power and having 4 mana on your first turn.
Yeah, that's true. Although it is also the first turn play that we've seen from Denny.
Mm-hmm. Fair. First mate, get that. Oh, that's why we play Misfortune. Yeah.
If things ganking.
Getting rid of Gus is interesting. I wonder what is the rest of the stuff in his hand. I guess a Rebuke actually hard counters this. Gets over Defy, and then you de-ramp the Yasuo player a whole turn again. So I can see Rebuke against Green Yasuo being very annoying for it to deal with. Move him up with the mask. Yeah, 3-2. Would love to have that Gus right about now. And now we're rebuking a Poro, which can't feel great, but he does go 5-0. So he's just saying, let's win the game. Who even cares?
Yeah, it is.
I don't need runes.
It's small plays, but it's making a big difference here. Yeah,
and I guess you're still only one. I mean, I guess you went first, but you're only 1 rune down. So it's not 3 when it's his turn again. I don't know. It really feels like what's the rest of the stuff in his hand has to be so crucial to his gameplay. Like, why would you not get rid of the Pocket Club over the Gus?
Yeah.
Earlier, but I know Prismat is a much smarter Riftbound player than I am, so I'm sure there's plenty of good reasons in there.
Stack deck. Again, a fantastic card. I'm going to look at what I need to get, and then I'm going to put it straight in my hand. The problem with it, of course, is that recycling cards is to put it to the bottom, I believe, which is going to be difficult to see because there isn't a lot of card shuffle in this game.
Yeah, famously, Dave is very against the idea of shuffling during a game and thinks it makes it boring.
And yeah,
which is
I can understand that. It makes sense, especially when you're playing at a competitive level, because you have to shuffle, stack, then you have to get your opponent to cut. It does become a big thing.
Which is funny, because pretty soon after all that was said, we did find Aurora, which sends half your deck back every turn. And then they made it, if you send 2 or more cards back at once because people were stacking their deck, you have to shuffle. So it found its way regardless already. They were trying to hold off for a couple of sets, but it is funny that they instantly just said, you know what? We can do it. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, actually being able to stack your entire deck does seem like it would be a reason to only ever play something that can play Dazzling Aurora. Yeah, so we're moving up. Yeah, so we're doing something very similar to what he did in Legends of Runeterra, from what I remember as well. First Strike, I think it was. Did you play Legends of Runeterra?
Oh, for maybe 3 seconds after Riftbound was already announced.
Ah, okay, fair.
I was not a big. All my right gameplay for the most part is Valorant plus 1.5 months of hard grinding League to barely get out of silver, and then I quit.
Hello, Hector Jerome. Welcome in. Yeah, I played it for the first couple of sets, and I did really enjoy Runeterra. Actually, got into a community for it. But then, like most of these kinds of games, I just kind of fizzled out on it. I kind of stopped playing it. As far as I'm aware, it's still going on, but I don't know how much support they're really giving to it now that they've brought out Riftbound.
Yeah, I think they hate it.
Yeah, it kind of falls.
They're not loving it.
It falls on the side projects of Riot Games that they will release something, there'll be middling success, or people really like it, and either way, they'll still drop it.
Yeah, exactly. Back to this game. 6-4, threatening that game for the misfortune. 7 runes, so we'll be able to accelerate the misfortune and ready another unit. So I'm not exactly sure what we want to do. How we get over this Yasuo. The 2 hidden cards we've seen so far, Zanya's and Fight or Flight. Fight or Flight makes the attack a little bit harder. I guess that's when you just bring, if he doesn't take over the merchant, I'm hoping it's a
moving that in there just to see what it is.
There Fight or Flight.
Flight.
Okay, so likely now with only 3 not able to stop the hold. So it goes to 7 regardless. Worst case scenario, this misfortune, you bring the traveling merchant back, right? And then you move all 3 misfortune, Quiana, Pookie up. If they Fight or Flight, you just lose to a pump spell.
Unless you
have Primal Strength.
So yeah, it is potential. Primal Strength would bring it down. It depends what there is face down there on Yasuo's side.
Either way, Primal Strength would get over it because you just make them do it first. Because if they let it die, then you can just accelerate misfortune.
Yeah, Hector Jerome in chat. This is TCG Arena. It's free to play on. I will actually just put the URL in chat.
Are you affiliated with TCG Arena? Nearly not quite?
No.
Or you just like it?
I would just like it. It's free. That's basically it.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Pixelborn back up. I saw it went down again yesterday, and I'm not exactly sure why. I didn't see the announcement, but it looks like maybe just maintenance. Oh, no.
There it is, moving everything in.
How did he move the traveling merchant over? Okay, he fought back and then he came up.
Yeah.
Got rid of invert timelines. Move everything up. So definitely no Primal Strength was in hand then if this is the play he made. 2. I'm not sure what he can do with 2. 7 already. I forgot. He already gets over. Looks like it's not Fight or Flight, or else he would have reacted by now, I would think. Oh no. A Gus and a Foff is really bad. Foff being Fight or Flight.
Yeah.
Or we just pump him up to 9. Kills them both. Pookie could still come up though. Uh-oh. Why did you move that card back?
Zanya's.
Oh no. Wait. You're just another Gus in hand, I assume, or else he would have scooped.
Yeah, and then they move up to get the 8th point.
Yeah, has to be a Gus in hand, or else he would have scooped. Okay, nope, he just wanted to make him do it. Fair play.
Yeah, you're going to move some cards. That's fine.
I actually do love that, unironically.
Yeah, actually, Jerome, this I've been enjoying Riftbound as somebody who's been in TCGs both on both sides of it. It looks really interesting. It's got a few unique aspects that I think that people who play or have played Magic the Gathering will really connect with this game. There's on our YouTube channel, Mataragus Plays, we've got a how to play video if you want to check that out, and a couple of ones on how to build decks, like basics and things like that, and a couple of the games that the couple of the decks that Matt really likes, which is mostly a set. And we've got a interview that's being edited at the moment with one of the best Annie players currently out there. So traveling.
Perfect turn one, traveling merchant. Alpaca Club. So pretty fine turn ones from both so far.
There's a stacked deck.
Nobody missed that much. I guess you can call Pocket Club a little bit of a miss, but not too bad.
That's what we saw last game, or the game before.
Candlelit is nice as well. See, this is where I'm a little bit worried about that back alley bar as well. Misfortune being able to give anything ganky might be able to take a little bit more effect out of that than the Yasuo is.
Yeah. But this is the game 3 play we're in now, so it makes sense that it was the one that wasn't selected up front.
Yeah, exactly. The other Yasuo deck that I've been seeing floating around recently kind of plays pretty similar to this, but they also have the Kane. I'm not sure if have we seen Kane out of this list yet? I don't think so.
I don't think we have. People just joining in, we're in round 4 of the Bandle Blitz casual tournament, where basically we just have our community just have fun. Is basically the goal of the tournament. There's no prizes, there's no buy-in, just give it a go. Basically, learn the game, learn your decks. That's the whole plan.
Yeah, experiment with more fun decks in a casual competitive. So everyone's still trying, but we're here to have fun.
And we do have a lot of really high-level players that are in the... There is another round Terrasade on it. We have a lot of high-level players in the Discord as well. Feel free to join it. Just above my head is a QR code to join the Discord, or it's down in the description. We're seeing a Discipline coming down. Draw a card. Re-clearing the board.
One to one, nothing out for the Yasuo yet. I don't know. Depending on what he does here. I guess Wielder Water's fine, but it's nothing too special. Yasuo ability to be able to just play the unit and yoink the battlefield before your opponent is pretty nice.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I am surprised he went to back alley bar and not get the deck information, but maybe he just likes his hand. So I wonder what he does then. For one up, you could just send both in, but then on guard is an issue if you don't have an answer. This is where I would not hate to have flash. Just send both up, get the pump spell out, flash back, and do it again next turn.
So we've got somebody in the chat that's just interested in how the game works. The resource management system in this game is you have a separate deck that's got your runes in it, and you get 2 of these a turn. Some of them will be... You have a cost on each card, which is in the top left-hand corner, but some of them will have little pips on it, which I've not got any cards in. Oh, here we go. So like on Yasuo there, you can see that there's 2 little pips underneath, which means that you'd send these 2 resources to the bottom of your resource deck. So you could play these 2, for example, by just turning them side, just by tapping them, and then recycle them to be able to bring something like Yasuo out. Bringing the misfortune in.
He is planning on going over the Wielder Water, or he would have played it at Candlelit, gone back to base, ready the merchant, and just bring everything back. So the fact that he readied it in base must mean he's bringing it in. Yeah. Here it comes. Do you not bring first mate as well? Because 4 goes to 6 on the on guard. That's just so scary. I'm guessing he's just calling him out, saying he doesn't have it.
But we'll see. Yeah, doesn't have it.
Nice. Oof. I wonder what the actual percentages were on that, but it seems like a nice risky play that Prismat made, but it pans out. Sometimes you got to go for it.
And there comes in the Yasuo.
That John's going to come up for sure. I guess it is scary to put him on a battlefield with something so close to be able to kill it. Yeah, just not worth the risk. I like that out of Disney.
And there's still points available to be able to do this. We know that they can only get up to 5, and there's no chance for time warp or anything like that.
Exactly,
So it's safe.
Exactly. I wonder what the hidden card is. You know, his pocket club is the bluff, and the fight or flight would be the one that just kind of ruins him.
Mm-hmm.
But now next turn, he'll be able to move up by himself and with the Yasuo ability. So even if it is fight or flight, that's not enough to save the misfortune.
No.
He'll just come up with the legend ability as well.
For those of you just joining us, this is the Bandle Blitz. We're currently in round 4. If you want to join the Bandle Blitz, use the Discord link above my head, that QR code, or down in the description. But also, I'm nearly not quite. Joining me is Dr. Frick Marshall. Our usual host, Matt Origus, of the channel's name, is on his flight back from Essen, where he's been seeing all the Riftbound stuff in person. And hopefully he should be back for next week. I had Silent Night joining us earlier as well. It's just had to drop off. Yes, Essence the Games Fair. Blackfire was there showing all of the really pretty new Riftbound stuff. I think that they're going to be our EU distributor on this side with, from what I googled, Bliss distribution in the UK, which is great, in all honesty. I highly recommend them. I've worked with them before. Gust. Sending it back so the fight or flight doesn't matter. Hard playing a scrap heap.
This does not look great. It looks like there's a lot of units on one side with a lot of points. And you got this one big scary dude, but it's like, what do you do? I guess you just keep ride the wind up and then go into wherever he goes, but I don't know if he even has it. Hmm. How does he do it? Did you just go merchant up, get disgusted, merchant up, and then just chill? Wait for the turn to win the game? Or
Potentially.
because unlike a lot of other decks that have a Vi Ride the Wind, a Mundo, a Watcher, we haven't really seen any top end from him. So I'm not exactly sure what he does on that 6 point to really get it over. Besides maybe just fight or flight people back, which is very defiable, which is the scary part. Rihanna up, I like that to try and get the, I would assume, draw. Yeah.
Yana just such a good card for pretty much any situation. Just popping in, drawing cards, or just getting that ramp that you require.
Exactly. I know there's a little debate going on in the Yi deck makers between Kiana or Sona again, especially now that a lot more are running the Tasty Fey folk, but having deflect, getting a draw or a rune based off whatever you need is just a lot of value any way you cut it.
Got all that gear.
This is pretty tough. Prisma actually using the buff card on the first mate is crazy. Might be the first time I've seen that on TCGA.
That's a huge board on Prismat's side.
It's a lot of small stuff, but there's a fight or flight. If it isn't defied, it got to be game. There it is. Is there a second one, though? Come on, Prismat. Pull it out.
There it is.
Oh, 4. Primal Strength.
No, that will run over. Oh, and another Defy. Wow.
I guess that's why he played it early before going up as well, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But now, only an on guard you have to play around at this point, and the fight or flight that's on the board.
Yeah.
Actually, how do you get over both? You can send first mate in to trade with the Poro. And then you do what? First mate up to kill the Poro. You send all... No, that's not enough still. Oh my goodness. There's
Bullet
no
time.
shot.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, and there's another Defy!
Oh my God! A third Defy!
Oh my gosh.
3 mana up, 3 defies. Luckily, had all of his green runes for this.
Wow.
Just amazing.
But now it is just no hand to no hand, kind of just move in.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to get to both, though. Didn't he is also only on 5 points, so he has the ability to get this draw and wait a turn and come back in next turn. Nope, it gets the Zanyas out, actually. You don't get to discard that Poro.
No.
There is a Zanyas that has to go.
We'll just ping that.
Oh,
Yeah, and there's
dude.
a Rebuke.
Top
That's it.
decking a Rebuke is
Wow.
diabolical work.
GG.
So it doesn't
Good
even
game.
matter anymore. Both teams having just about everything that you could want in that last turn, but the misfortune just gets the draw from the Candlelit. And it just matters.
Yeah, and that brings them up to 8. Wow. Okay, let's have a look and see where we are at the moment. How long do we have left on this round? We have 12 minutes, so I'm going to give everybody a 10-minute warning in a couple of minutes. But until we get to that point, let's see who is still playing. I'm just going to grab somebody at random just so that we can see how things are going. Unfortunately, I think Gowins is still playing on TCG or TTS. Oh no, maybe not this time. We'll see. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, there is that we try to keep things on TCG Arena just so it's easy and we can pop into people's games. But there are some people that do not like TCG Arena and kind of just refuse to play on it. Unfortunately. Let's see where we are and who we can go and have a look at. So we've got Bert versus Dopamine, I think, is still happening. So let's have a look and see how the game is going. And grab their connect code. I think Bert was the Darius player, question mark, that we saw earlier.
There's 4 of them, right?
Yeah, there's a few Darius players.
Misty, I think, was one. He's 1 and 2, though. Okay. Also, did just went and asked Prismat himself. He did know it was a rebuke on the top deck from Candlelit the turn prior, so he did just was able to calculate that all out even through 3 defies.
It was all part of the plan. Oh, I think they're maybe going into game 3 potentially, or they've just finished, but let's have a look and see. Victor, somebody we haven't seen in the tournament so far. This is our only Victor player. What's the record? Let's see. Dopamine is currently
Denis did have Kane in his deck list, and we just never really saw it.
Oh.
Very interesting. So he had 2 Kanes, though, but maybe just never, all the games just might never had the chance to really get it out. Oh, yes, it was Bert. There we go. Yes.
Let's check in what the score is. How long have we got left? Just under 10 minutes. Did you see a 1,000-tail watcher go to the bottom of the deck there?
Sounds like they probably have another.
Yeah.
If that was just too slow, especially against a Darius game. If they have a good start, it's just too slow.
That is true.
If you don't have the answer early. Power, lots of power today that we've been seeing. It is so good in Victor, though. I do love me a 2 drop into a recruit turn 1.
Falling Star immediately. Interesting use of resource there.
I mean, this extends the game by a whole turn. So you trade 2 runes to extend the game by a whole turn because you
Yeah.
can't double conquer now. Not too much look like he's doing right now. I typically say I don't even care about my chosen champion at all. But with nothing else to do, might as well bring it out. A Leona for a stunt. Dopamine has cooked up a nice sideboard. I like it. I would ask. This is definitely not game 1, right?
No, this is definitely. I think it's game 3 at this
Yeah,
point.
exactly. So I would assume that Leona was sideboarded in. If not, he's cooked up a much better deck than I've ever made.
I'm looking at the tiebreakers here, and it looks like the final is probably going to be between Prismat and either T Simple T or Terrasadon.
Yeah, because if Terra beats Prisma and the Neve wins as well, we will have a 3-way tie, right? Come down to tiebreakers.
Depending on the points difference, yeah. Yeah, it's because we started with 18 people, so it goes into 5 rounds. But we had a few people drop in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, once you lose twice, you're just out, and it makes sense if you're got something else to do.
Yeah.
Like you said, they're not that it matters too much, just more of a friendly tournament.
Yeah.
But we got a hidden card on Darius. What is that besides Hidden Blade? Is it
It's pretty much
Hidden
just
Blade?
Hidden Blade. Like, there's not much else that it could be.
Yeah, I don't really know of another one. That actually being up, oh, because Leona's on board, so I actually have to play it
Yeah.
because that's an issue. Singularity or Rex? Which
There's the
one?
Singularity, yeah.
I mean, Darius not gets 2 draws at least. So that's nice.
There's the Hidden Blade.
It's 9.2. Looking a little tough for the Darius. A double draw is pretty nice here to get some cards back in your hand. Down on runes, though. Down on points, or is he just going to pass because Leono's stun is too important to risk going up? Because a seal into Darius would get right over it, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
And that's like kind of too important win con looks like for him. At least he thinks so.
We're almost at time. Just got around 3 minutes left.
Came to the conclusion, too important of a piece to let it even have a chance of dying. Because unless there's a second falling, because we already saw a falling star too, so a second falling star would put him back so far again that you're kind of okay with that.
Baited hook. Spectrum Matron coming out? Yes, it is.
That's a pretty nice way, but we didn't see a Vanguard captain yet, have we? No, so just a Trifarian Glory Seeker coming back. Not bad, but not a Vanguard captain that would give 2 recruits as well.
What do you think as Victor? Victor as a legend?
It was my first main.
Mhm.
I liked it. The first ever community tournament came out, I got 3rd with it, but that one was also 24 hours after the full card list was revealed.
Right.
So it was a very everyone just trying random stuff, not a very defined meta there, but it's a lot of fun. I am really excited about Karthus, and I want there to be a Death Kneel Victor, and I think we're a couple cards away where that could be like possible.
That'd be cool.
I would really love that because then you got Evangel so good. You got all your 2 drops are giving you either a draw or stuff. So like everything is good. Everything you want to happen. I'm gonna see exactly the wording on Karthus again because it's been so long because I gave up on it. Going into the release day, I was like, I want 2 Death Kneels, and we got 0. But your Death Kneel effects trigger an additional time. If you can ever hit on Evangel, you got 6 recruits in base. Like, yes, please. That with baited hooks, you can kill your own things as well. Maybe I do give it another look here, bro. I love this idea.
You've got 30 seconds. 30 seconds till time.
Are there any Death Kneels in red? Not really, right? It's all accelerate mostly.
Mostly, yeah.
Region. What else is paired with yellow this time? It's everything besides yellow and orange. Any Death Kneels in green? Again, not really.
So Shen coming down from the baited hook.
Oh no, there is yellow orange set.
Yeah, it's time on the round. We're going to finish the current turn, and then we've got 5 more turns. Turn 5. F5. Or turn 1 F5, I should say.
I did just went and double checked. There is a total of 8 Death Kneels in the game. Actually, 7, because one of them is Karthus, and he doesn't have one. That's just crazy.
Extra coming in.
Oh, Poro. Nice. Victor Poro. And pass.
Okay, that's turn 2 of the 5 that are now on.
Draven is pretty big at this point. Yellow's got ways of dealing with that, though. But has to have them. Coming in their own Darius. I wonder if she's just stacking the board. Every turn that goes by is another turn. There could be a grand stratagem in hand.
And they've just discarded Grand Stratagem.
Well, I guess they just don't care. Matron, so that's 5 might, so that could be anything. Maybe. Oh, is he playing? Did he side in Harness Dragon? No, okay, you get another Draven. Okay, this is really big at this point. And he's got cold protection with the Shin and the Darius. So really just looking at Hidden Blade. Maybe Vengeance if you're crazy. But no reason to run Vengeance when there's no green to defy the Hidden Blade.
Yeah, it's also, we're in our 5 turns at the moment, so it's just getting as much onto the board and making sure that your points are higher at the end of it all. Smokescreen.
Smokescreen will stop that from happening. But much better to be on Darius than on the Draven. And then another Draven comes in right after it. Nothing he can do. Besides stun it the next turn, but you still have to get over it if you stun it, which is not going to be easy because he's going to go to 7. I guess it does a full trade out actually with the Leona and the Poro. Oh, it fully trades out. It does 6 already. He didn't have the point. Interesting. That feels like a lot to give. But again, like you're saying, it's a point race at this point in the extra turns. Do we do the 10-minute or the point and or the turn, or is it just a turn?
Turns.
Okay.
This is Matt Bell's channel. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. It's myself, Nearly Not Quite, and Mataragus. We run this channel. He's currently coming back from Essen, where he's been all week. So it's just myself and Dr. Rick Marshall here today. But Matt is on this stream every Sunday.
If anybody wants some internet points, does anybody know what Dr. Rick Marshall is from?
Well, I know, because you sent me a bunch of pictures for you.
Dude, it shaped a lot of my childhood and my personality. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie.
Dopamine's definitely pulling into win this here.
Oh, Cole of the week. So no Poro, I guess, which is maybe we have a second one. A second one would go kind of nutty here.
Mage Armor got in their first thing, landed the loss. Terrasadon just a few seconds too late.
Mage, you're my goat, brother. It's the no. If nobody has seen it, if anybody has not seen it yet, it's a requirement. It's some homework. Go do your homework after this, of course.
He was the faster Googler. But yeah, for those that aren't aware, Mataragus is also Matt Bell, who, as it says in the description there, worked on Yu-Gi-Oh! The trading card game for almost 10 years. So he's been on a lot of kind of podcasts since his days with Konami, talking about creating games and creating his own game, which is Robot Raiders, that me and him work on. Which we're going to have some updates about very soon. By the look of it, it's one of the reasons why he was out in Essen, was to be able to talk about that too.
So Matt created the power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Matt was responsible for helping stop the power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh!
I would never put that evil on him. I would never.
This Matt would be able to tell you some of the cards that he got to work on, but for me, my favorite thing that he worked on was the Noble Knights. That was all him, which is why Metaurus is a thing, because Artaurus.
Mm-hmm.
And Speed Duel Battle City Box was the last thing that he worked on. Grand Stratagem coming down. He's just giving that Shen +5. No, etc. Thanks for playing. Always fun. Yeah, we do have one more round going. There is one more round. But I did say that in the Discord. I don't know whether everybody saw it. But yeah, if you want to drop by now, that's completely fair. I completely understand. Just make sure that you drop before this round is fully inputted, so you're not paired up into the next round.
This was your playmat on.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was going to say, is your playmat on TCG Arena that we saw that one time? Is that the rapid fire archery unit?
Yeah, right? That's the rapid fire archery scout.
Nice, looks cool. I just brought up the website on my side for a second. The swarm of the spider titan little title there being off centered from the rest of it.
Yeah,
that hurts my brain, but the rest of it looks really cool.
I'm going to be honest. This website was built by another company in Wix. And then to be able to get it to do anything that we wanted it to do, it has been hacked like significantly because Wix wasn't doing what we wanted it to do. So we are getting a new website very soon, I hope. And also we may be getting an online demo in browser like TCG Arena, so people can actually try out the game. But it is also on Tabletop Simulator. If you want to try it out, we have got some changes that we're doing to the game, but it's not necessarily big. It's more just components and what they look like and how they feel, just to make the game a little bit more tactile. But otherwise, the game is pretty much all there for you to try out. Cool. This game they're fighting for their life here. I'm not sure which turn we're on by now. I'm pretty sure that this is one of the last turns, is it not?
Yeah, I was not paying attention.
This is turn 5. This is turn 5, so yeah, this is over. And there's Thousand Tail Watcher and a Singularity. Yeah, that's a... I have one here. Yeah, there it is. And so, it looks like... Let's see whether we have results for everybody. This is the last game that we need results for. And then we're going to be going into round 5. Looks like we've got them. So let's just reset the round timer so I can actually press start on it. When we get to it, just waiting for them to report, and then we will have our round 5, which table 1 looks like it's going to be Prismat, and it's either going to be T-Simple T. Actually, has Prismat already played against T? Actually, let's have a look and see who they've played against previously, because that will tell us. Yeah, it's going to be T-Simple T or Terrasadon. And yes, it's Terrasadon. So that's how it's going to be on our finals. I'm going to just very quickly bring up Tristana to say what round it is. Oh, I had a little bit of a stutter there, but that's fine. And yeah, we're into round 5 already. Everything is going on time today, which is absolutely fantastic. I've got a quick judge call. Accidentally put a tie for hours. It was 0-0, but it was tie, but I accidentally put 0-0. Okay, no worries. I can fix that. Cool. So let's jump in and find the code so we can jump straight over. Just waiting for everybody to join their tables. But no, this should be fun. Two of our only players are actually streaming their games. Is going to be playing up against the finals. So if you look like the Riftbound category at the moment, it will just be this stream and 2 other people playing in this tournament. You breaking this curse? Is that it? Tarasadon has a curse that whenever they're on stream, they lose. So let's just fingers crossed for you there. Wishing you a little bit more luck. And I will pay the witch on Etsy to take the curse off of you. Oh, it looks like people are still attached to the wrong table there.
But yeah, technically for my day job, I work for one of the biggest healthcare companies in the United States, but I'm a software engineer, so I'm on this one team that does our own little internal website for claims and different stuff for internal customers.
That's cool.
So it's fun.
Yeah, my day job.
I'm like, yeah, it's funny.
My day job outside of making card games is I'm a client solutions architect at a outsourcing firm. So just random things that I do apart from games. Oh, okay. I think they're fighting on who's going to host this table.
Robot Raiders. Does look really cool.
Yeah, it is it's a lot of fun to work on. I did a lot of the concept arts, and then we had a company called Little Devil Company who did all the artwork over in Brazil. Okay.
See. Also, while we're watching these matches, are we intentionally not looking at hands, or
yeah, we're not looking at hands. I'd rather not, just simply because it's essentially going to be information that people aren't going to be able to see in game, and then we're not revealing anything extra potentially that if people do accidentally catch anything on stream. But also, it's just a nice little surprise just to see what's going to be happening. You always have that anticipation of what could happen rather than I know exactly what's going to happen next. Okay, Tarasadon has the table open. I still think they're fighting on who's going to be on what table. But we'll see. Just going to ask them who's hosting. Who's hosting? It is 11 p.m. over in the UK at the moment. They are already in a table, so let's have a look. If it's going to let me join them or not. There we go. Yeah, it was just doing a thing where it wasn't showing me everybody that was in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Prismat's playmat's not up at all.
No, although it doesn't look like we could have it earlier. It could be something to do with Imager. In the UK, we can't see anything that is hosted on Imager anymore because of the UK Online Safety Act.
That's diabolical. No, it's the image sensor.
Yeah, let's head over to the game board and I'll start the timer. So we've got a Misfortune versus Kaiser final.
Kaiser for its MF. I am glad to see that we get to see this misfortune for the first time here, because everything that it didn't really seem like it had an answer to a Kaiser. But I guess also depends on how much removal the Kaiser gets to draw. Always a question.
That is true. And it's a different kind of play that we're seeing from Misfortune without having that dazzling aurora.
Oh, it's so pouty. Hextech Ray, as soon as it moves up and then game over, we go to game 2? Or let's see. Got rid of a fight or flight. I feel like that would be your only response to a Watcher, but I guess it's just too early in the game to be holding it. Packet Club? Oh, sneaky. That makes a lot more sense. Wait, is that a second fight or flight he trashed?
Does seem that way.
Okay, so he really doesn't. He says, game gets a Watcher, I lose anyways, is, I'm guessing, the mindset behind this.
Yeah, this
Which is kind of fair enough.
Such a scary first turn from Prisma. Just sat there. I we're in turn 2, but even still, as an early game, just to see both and with 2 hiddens at the same time, it's...
Yeah, Falling Star would feel really bad right now. Like, I guess it's Packet Clubs, though? Because, like, if he got rid of 2 fighter flights, maximum 1... Wow, did he really just have 2 Packet Clubs? Like, even if it is Falling Star, he just gets to hold it?
Yep.
Yeah, there it comes.
Does look that way.
Damn, 2 runes, though. It is, if Terra has an answer this turn, it is kind of over for the Misfortune, but if he survives, this is looking pretty nice.
Huge.
Okay, all 5 looking like a Darius. Oh, no, the Kai's accelerated.
Nice.
Even better.
And there's the second Packet Club.
React with the Pocket Club. Why?
It's a good question.
What did that change?
It gave more information to their opponent.
I'm assuming Sneaky's coming back or something then? Or I guess he wants Pocket. Oh. Then you play it from hidden, it's still summoning sickness, so he wants to bring it back to base.
Yeah.
I'm guessing?
It makes sense. That's why you do that. Pit Rocky
Uki?
coming in, sticking a boof onto the Packet Club.
Baka. Right back up to trade out. Nothing he can do about it. He's tapped out.
Yeah.
We trade out. Oh, this... I did say it didn't look like he had an answer to Kaiser, but now I'm like, what does Kaiser have an answer for him? Pretty quickly, looking pretty bad. What do you think? Have we seen anything? We saw the invert timelines a couple. A sabotage is what he has. Okay.
Nice. Oh, and we can see what there's.
Okay.
Oh, that's a hand.
we have a really bad hand for this matchup, honestly. The Darius and the Watcher are a little bit too big and too slow, we're seeing.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
Just 2 turns to get the Watcher out, and guess what? He has 8 points in. That would be a little bit too late. But I guess he got rid of the Voice Seeker. Yeah, so now we got... Yeah, Smoke Screen. This is not great cards here for our buddy Terra. Yeah, this actually feels terrible. I don't know what to do. How do you come back from this? You don't. I would love to see it. 4 plays out raw. So he top decked and knocked himself full. So he gave Prism the information that his hand is still exactly the same.
Yeah.
I maybe would, like, do you consider doing a Darius? That way he doesn't know the other random card yet. Start getting that information back. I don't know.
Taking out 6 points early on.
I guess he didn't have a choice because you have to have a unit down so that way you can get the Darius.
Bring it back.
Yeah, just keep everything safe.
Yeah.
Keep it home, keep it safe. Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. Falling Star is an issue here, but now a ready Darius goes to the battlefield. Whoopty dude gets no damage off, so it doesn't really matter.
Really working with that information that they gained from the sabotage.
Mm-hmm. I do like the invert timelines. I know it's in the trash from the Zon Wars, but invert timeline. Oh wow, he top decks one of the
Falling Star.
Here.
Pack a couple first mate going away.
Yeah, I assumed he saw how bad his hand was. It's like, okay, I don't really care to invert timelines. This I can get rid of it safely. But now it's like, man, just top decks anyways.
Primal Strength +7. God, I love that card. It reminds me of one of my favorite versus system cards. That's why Savage Beatdown.
It's just so good. It's just so damn good. Oh, and he's goose. Okay. Good. Wow, even with all that.
I just realized the
alrighty
on the screen. It's my bad.
Back to sideboarding here. So what? Terra doesn't really have good options for a deck this aggro, I guess. I mean, okay, I take that back because what we saw here with no defy and no real reaction speed pumping, a Cathian Rain just destroys Misfortune.
Cathian Rain just destroys a lot of decks at the moment. Such a strong card.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give a whole lot away, but 7-2 power is not that bad because, of course, you have that legend ability on Kai'Sa to help you pay for these big power cost spells like Time Warp and Icathian without making it feel game ending to play them. Because, yeah, she gets a Cathian when every other blue deck just gets Singularity for the same cost, basically. It is crazy to think about how different that is. But game 2, hope we get a nice game 3 here. Would be fun to see. But seeing Misfortune deal well against the Kai'Sa. Didn't miss a 2-drop. That's a good start for the Kai'Sa. 3 for Apaka, not a sneaky deckhand, so A small miss for the misfortune. Kindle it. Oh, and we are playing Arena's Greatest. And we did see Arena's Greatest on Misfortune as well, so it's going to be really, really fast. Games 2 and 3, and really hard for the Kaiser to get back from that. Looking at his top 2, figuring out what he wants to do. Here we go. Another Pouty. Look at him. He hates that soup or whatever it is. Five mana. No world you bring out the misfortune. The fact that he's thinking this long. Prismat's typically a pretty calculated out player, pretty quick plays, knows what's best. Must be a pretty bad hand.
For those of you just joining us, this is the final round of the Bandle Blitz. So it's all to play for here, and by all I mean there's no prizes. You get some Discord roles and bragging rights. That's basically all this tournament is about. Is just having fun. If you want to join us at all, you can use the QR code above my head or down in the description. You can join our Discord, join our community. We pride ourselves on just not being toxic. That's kind of one of the most important things we had in mind when we made this community. We've got over 200 members all playing Riftbound, so you can always find a game. Smokescreen.
Oh, a smoke screen. To gust them back up, or actually going against the Poro and save yourself. That makes sense.
Nice.
Take the battlefield 2-2. Pretty good. Six runes. What to do? Only a Pouty Poro. Falling Star it seems he got. It looked like he top decked it from where it came in his hand as well. Just to get Unyielding Spirit. What a sideboard card for any orange deck going against Kaiser. Really negates a whole lot that they want to do. Now what do? Just develop if you don't have another kill? Because it doesn't even matter because it's for the whole turn. Just develop, go to Arena's Greatest, and just let your Poro die? That's really tough.
Such a good sideboard card against Kaiser.
Yeah, sideboards are really cool. And then you have like that whole thing of 39 cards, and you have at most 3 that are coming in. So you really got to find them and hope you get them. But it's really nice when it works out like this.
Two Party Poros coming in. Crashing into this burning arena.
2 up on there. It's a little interesting. The Misfortune on board gets over it. He has 2 mana up, so I guess he has reactions, I would hope. Does face checks with another Poro to try and see that reaction and make sure it's safe for the Misfortune to come up. Still has a smoke screen possible. Oh, Packet Club can just gank. Doesn't even matter. Maybe a mistake, but it's nice. You got a Poro out in there. Quiana. Oh. Uh-oh. Deflect as well. That is very nice against the Kaiser. Misfortune accelerated. There's only 1 mana up for the MF, and they don't really have any reactions besides Gust in that range, or a stack deck, but that's not really doing anything to you. But you are vulnerable to this misfortune. So again, hoping he has some reactions here for 2. He does get a draw from Kaiser, so he gets a fish for some more answers.
Yeah, she gets to this point in the tournament where our brain just starts to slow down.
Oh, yeah. Eyes are starting to glaze over. I'm just like, oh. Wonder what he's considering. Okay, fast turn. I like it.
Where are we going here? Those 2 runes are threatening. That are up over.
Yeah, it could be a smoke screen
side. Yeah,
smoke screen, Hextech Array. What else we got? That's kind of it, actually. Really.
Yeah.
But those are 2 very scary ones to walk in your face check with. Because I don't know about him, but maybe he just wants to get that misfortune out, go take both battlefields, and we're back on curve. But like Mike was saying, not necessarily safe to do that. We have seen 1 Unyielding Spirit. Maybe he has another, but that doesn't help with Smokescreen. Smokescreen minuses your might. It does not do damage to your units, and Unyielding Spirit only prevents damage.
Yeah.
Which is the one annoying part, because Kaiser is so heavy damage dealing. And then you draw your Unyielding Spirit, and it feels like they only draw their smoke screens and their Thousand-Tailed Watchers, which both just, again, minus the might instead of doing damage. So it's like such a perfect sideboard card, and then it's just not. It's like, okay. That's really fun to have to consider.
Sideboarding adds such a level to these games, because it's something that you worry about in like Yu-Gi-Oh! In particular, because although it just ends up being the same 15 cards, it adds a little bit of diversity to this game, because you're restricted on what those 15 cards could possibly be, or how many is in a sideboard in this game.
Yeah.
And Kiana coming in, trying to get a quick point. Gonna be able to look at the top 2 cards of that deck.
Gets a look and then can draw the top one, whichever they want, as well, with the Kiana Conquer ability.
Yeah, that is true.
So really good battlefield synergy with Kiana. They're kind of like just like Kaiser as well.
I'll put a card from the top of the deck to the bottom. Drew it, and it
and
was
Pit
a Pit Rookie.
That's such a good breakpoint for Kiana too, especially against this Kaiser. Voidseeker no longer kills. Kaiser can't trade. Darius has to get the +2 before it matters. Like, it's just such a great break point.
That's that +1
a lot of
point.
times. Yeah.
4 runes sat down, 3 cards in hand. It's a good bluff position if there isn't anything there.
Screams primal strength.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he's going to Thousand Tail Watcher into this Kiana, and then he's going to Primal Strength. Oh, I can already see it. Oh, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. It just feels so bad.
Minutes left on the round. I will say, just up front, we are very likely to be ending the stream after this game. It's getting quite late. So there will be no bonus games for this round. But if you're interested, just please join the Discord. If you're not wanting to just jump into people's games, they might be happy for you to come and watch on the table in the Discord. You could definitely find somebody to actually just play a game with yourself, either on TCG Arena or Tabletop Simulator. Although now that Pixelborn is back, I'm going to have to add a new role for that.
Yeah, it is actually down right now, but he said no. Let me actually go get the exact message because it's a little concerning.
Right.
Because he said approved and then goes Riftbound engine yesterday at 3:17 p.m. Riftbound engine for Pixelborn Plus is pending review. No further comments at this time. So he said he got approved and all that stuff, and then I think Riot went, we hate you. Not actually, but it's just like maybe there's I don't know exactly what he did that made it because it seemed like.
I mean, they did bring it out like a day before.
They
said that it was able to go up, but
I guess, but it doesn't really seem like it seems like he did a very good job following all the guidelines, and it doesn't do anything more than TCG Arena does for anything, and an ability to call a judge on any game is pretty cool.
Yeah,
I was one of the official judges in there when I got pinged every time somebody hit the judge button. But it's like. Yeah, I feel bad for Powell putting in all this work and then I don't know what's going on in the back end because it could be a lot of things. But oh no, is he doing it? Did he just send 2 blue back? Oh no, does he have the primal strength or was it a bluff? Was it a bluff or does he have
it? There it is.
Oh no! Oh no! Love to see it for the Misfortune. Hate to see it for the Kaiza. Kaiza is public enemy number 1, so I guess we have to be happy about this. Well played. Wow, just perfect. This might be a 2-0. Oh, gank over 2. You don't even have to bring the pit rookie back up anymore. And now the only thing is if they have another watcher, right? Because besides that, what are you scared of? No 4 runes up this time, though. So he said if you have it, you have it, and you deserve it.
Yeah.
Maybe he has a fight or flight, though, and it doesn't even matter. Smoke screen?
Moving.
So Kaiza can overtake it. I understand. But now fight or flight is your worst enemy here.
Let's see if it's.
Let's see what he has. Only 6 runes up, so at most it's a Darius coming in. Which can he handle with that next turn? Only 1 battlefield, not 2. Rebuke. But he puts a rebuke out anyways.
And it's out of range of pretty much anything that could stop it.
Mm-hmm. Especially in red blue. Only thing would be maybe a retreat and then have it accelerate back out, but 4 and 1 back. Nice.
There it is, coming back in.
Oh, because rebuke just comes to hand anyways, so there's no point in even retreating it.
Had to replay it, essentially.
But it stops him from developing. Has to keep 2 runes up to even fake this, or is this death on board, basically? To just about anything. I mean, I guess you need 1 pump and only 1 card in hand. But I guess you got 2 merchants that you can see your top 2 cards, find it, and then get it. Yeah, this is so tough because he just goes merchant up to the other battlefield. Oh, did he just top deck something then?
No, there's no.
Oh, wait, I'm so dumb. I forgot. There's a whole chosen champion that you're allowed to play out at any point. It's kind of cool. Pit rookie, or as we like to call Pookie, out to candle it.
There's the Hex Deck Ray. Get rid of it. But that doesn't matter at this point. realistically.
I think you have to let
Unyielding
them
spirit.
Just spit in his face, why don't you? Just spit in his face, why don't you? And then that is 9 might versus 4. Tapped out. That is a good game.
Yeah,
yes,
GG.
there's a concede.
Wow.
Very well played by Prismat, the undefeated champion of this week.
We do have an undisputed winner. Absolutely fantastic plays. And just those last few plays there, just both having us on the edge of our seat shouting, not sheet shouting, because that's not words. It is very late for me here, so we are probably going to be ending the stream here. Thank you very much, everybody that is watching. Thank you very much, Dr. Brick Marshall, for joining us.
Anytime.
Thank you, Silent Knight, who had to leave halfway through, but it was absolute joy to have you on stream as well. Matt and I will be back together next Sunday. That is the plan anyway. So you'll see us both on here. If you'd like to come and play in the Bandle Blitz, again, that QR code, or down in the About Us section, you can click the link to be able to join the Discord and be able to play with us. This will be up on the Metaragus Plays YouTube channel, so if you missed anything at all, you can jump over there on Wednesdays when it gets uploaded to be able to look at it. There also some really cool guides on how to play and how to make decks. There'll be more and more content that gets added to there just in general. But I am going to be signing off here. We're going to have we still a few games going, so again, as I said, if you jump into the Discord, you'll be able to watch. But we did curse Terrasadon into losing.
It always
every game.
happens. Yeah, it just happens.
Yeah, so
But it is what it is. At the end of the day, Prismat is a very good player, so it's no shame losing to him at any time.
yeah, and we are actually. I think Prismat is still alive. So if they've not jumped off already, we're going to raid into Prismat. Give them a follow. Also follow Terrasadon. I'm actually going to do a shout out for Terrasadon, so you can see them. And then we're going to raid into Prismatism. Great. So join in the raid. If you're already subscribed, thank you very much. There's a few emotes that you can use. Give them a follow. And thank you very, very much for joining us today at the Bandle Blitz. See you again soon.
Thank you.